The House will come to order. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bill to be placed on the calendar for the day for Monday, May 6, 2024, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bill. Senate File Number 5335.
Motions and resolutions.
Long moves that House File Number 5300 be taken from the table.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that House File 4300 be taken from the table.
Representative Long moves that House File 5300 be taken from the table. Let's be clear. Is it 4300 or 53? Let's do 4300. That one. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The bill is before us.
Clerk will report the bill. Where is it? There we go. Attached. Attached. There we go. I got it.
The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 4300, number 5 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to firearms, establishing standards for the safe storage of firearms, the second engrossment.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the safe storage bill. First, I want to thank folks for talking a lot on Monday so that I could recover to be here to present this bill to you today. First, I want to start out with sharing a little bit about me and why I am carrying this bill, because I am the one who gets to talk about why I am carrying this bill. I was born and raised in rural Minnesota. I've been a gun owner my entire life. My first gun was actually a shotgun that I won when I was still a baby. I could not even walk yet, but my dad put my name in at a Ducks Unlimited raffle, and they have a picture of me with a shotgun in my lap. When I went to summer camp, I would sign up for riflery every day and earn my NRA-sanctioned badges. And I took firearm safety training when I was 12 years old in the Pike Bay Town Hall from a retired conservation officer with the rest of the 12-year-olds in my class. I've deer hunted with my family my entire life. So I'm no stranger to guns. We had many in my home growing up. We have many in our home now. And growing up, we lived outside of town. We lived in rural Minnesota, in the Cass Lake, Bemidji area, kind of in the middle of the woods. And so I'm very familiar with the shotgun at the ready, just in case. In my family's case, my dad kept it by the bed or in a locked cabinet when he wasn't home. And now my partner and I both hunt, and my oldest kid hunts with us, and I teach my kids how to be safe around guns. That's my responsibility as their parent and as an adult. And we keep our guns locked up. It's kind of simple, really. I think a lot of gun owners do the same. If you're not using it, you keep it locked up. It's really pretty easy. It just isn't that difficult to store a gun safely when you're not using it. Unfortunately, the leading cause of death of children in our country is guns. I'm going to say that again because it's really important. The leading cause of death of children in this country is guns. And as a parent and a gun owner, I am not okay with that. None of us should be okay with that. Because every single time a child accesses a gun, whether it's an accident, a suicide, or something else, every single time, an adult somewhere along the way was responsible. A kid doesn't walk into Cabela's and buy a gun. Somewhere along the way, an adult is responsible for how that gun ended up in the hands of a kid. So we could do nothing, or we could pass this bill. And I've actually seen us pass legislation in this body based around an accident where just one child's life was lost, and we've named a bill after that kid, and we've come together to pass legislation to prevent that bad thing from happening to other kids. And here we know that many children's lives are lost because of guns. So we could just sit back and do nothing, but I don't think that doesn't work for me, and it shouldn't work for any of you. We should be taking action. But I also want to be clear about that this bill is not just about preventing children from accessing guns. It is also about preventing suicide. Statistically, hundreds of Minnesotans die by suicide every year. Probably we all know someone or have a friend or a family member who's been impacted by suicide in some way. And of those suicides involving guns, nearly 25% are guns owned by a third party, where the gun was accessed because it wasn't stored safely by somebody else. And when it comes to suicide, seconds count, minutes count. Anything that's going to disrupt that person's thought process in that dark time, any way we can slow that down and make sure those folks don't access guns is really, really important. But more than probably any other bill I've worked on over the years, there has been an incredible amount of misinformation spread about what this bill does. The bill in front of you is only 3 pages long, but I'm going to walk through it so we're all clear about what it does and what it doesn't do. So first of all, there's a definition of firearm, authorized user, child, firearm storage unit, gun room, loaded, and locking device. In the definition of firearm, we do not include guns that are inoperable, such as antiques or replicas that are not capable of being fired. And a firearm storage unit would basically, under the definition, basically be a gun safe or some other container that functions as a gun safe. Next, when a gun is not being used, and this is the important part of this bill, is that when a gun is not being used, when a person stores or leaves the gun, it must either be unloaded with a locking device or in a locked storage unit or gun room. These requirements do not apply when a gun is under a person's direct physical control or within their reach. And we'll repeat that part again because that one has been misstated many times. These requirements do not apply when a gun is under a person's direct physical control or within their reach. Next, in the penalties section, the first level would be if a gun is stored unsafely, it would be a petty misdemeanor. A petty misdemeanor is not a crime. We are not criminalizing people by creating a petty misdemeanor. If you want to go check under 609.02, it specifically states that a petty misdemeanor is not a crime. It'd be the same level as parking infractions, or I looked up a couple other ones earlier today, things like smoking in a non-smoking hotel room, or other levels of things where we're trying to get people's behavior to change, but we're not criminalizing the behavior. So the first level would be a petty misdemeanor. If a gun is stored unsafely and a child is present or could have gotten access, it's a gross misdemeanor, which is the same level in the current language in 609.666. If it's stored unsafely and accessed by a child or prohibited person, it's a felony of up to 3 years. And if it's stored unsafely and used in a felony crime of violence to inflict great bodily harm or death, it's a higher level felony of up to 5 years. Importantly, there are also many limitations, exceptions in this bill. Number one would be when a firearm is being transported in a motor vehicle under statute 97B.045. If you're wondering, it requires you to carry your gun unloaded and either in the trunk or in a gun case. So behaviors that you're already doing that are legal under 97B about transporting your firearm, this doesn't change anything. This includes the exceptions in 97B.045 for people with disabilities or while at a shooting range. There are also exceptions for shooting sports controlled by the Minnesota State High School League, including but not limited to Clay Target League, use of guns at licensed shooting sport facilities under statute 97A.115, for licensed peace officers while on duty in a police station or sheriff's station, and we'll be adding an amendment to make it very clear would not apply to educational or instructional courses on firearm safety, or if you're hunting with a child or not, in compliance with statute 97B. Finally, Section 2 of the bill appropriates $10,000 in 2025, and then it is $19,000 per year beginning in 2026, which is those funds are allocated in the public safety finance bill. Finally, we'll just note what is not in this bill. There are no requirements in this bill around the storage of ammunition. However, I will note it is best practice to lock up your gun and your ammunition separately, but we're not requiring that, even though that is best practices in the industry and what anyone in a firearm safety class would teach you. We're actually not requiring that under this bill. And finally, because there have been, again, a lot of insinuations, and if the emails that I'm getting are any indication, some of the emails read like they were written by AI. They're really nonsensical. But we'll remind everyone that only I can talk about my motives and why I am bringing this bill. If anyone else talks about why I am bringing this bill, that would be in violation of the rules. So we'll just get that out there right now. My goal with this bill is to reduce the number of Minnesotans killed by guns. Nobody asked me to carry this bill. I'm not getting paid to carry this bill. And I really, truly do not want to take away your guns. My gun safe is full. I do not have room for yours. There's no plot, there's no ulterior motive, there's no conspiracy. I just want fewer people to be killed by guns in our state. And I know this bill won't prevent every single bad thing from happening, but it will prevent some of them, and that is enough for me. I hope it is enough for you as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Becker-Finn moves to amend House File Number 4300, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A7.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn, to the A7 amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my amendment, as I just mentioned. This is the A7 amendment that adds 2 more explicit exceptions for when a gun is being used at a lawfully organized educational or instructional course on firearm safety, and when a gun is being used for hunting in compliance with Chapter 97B, which is our hunting statute, and the DNR has signed off on this language as well. Encourage your support.
Any discussion on the amendment? The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield?
She will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, hunting is a broad word. Can you tell me whether this amendment covers, say, someone who goes to a game farm, and as you go to a game farm, and I'm sure you've been to one, I think a lot of us have, if you put your shotgun in the rack and then you go in to check in and sign your safety waiver, or you go to, as I have a pheasant hunt every year, if you go a number of feet away to get a bottle of water or to retrieve your dog from your truck, does this amendment cover that? Because in my reading of it, I don't believe it does.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I will note that game farms are not hunting. You do not need a license to kill animals at a game farm. I can double check your scenario, but I would have you look at the other exceptions. Like I said, the DNR said that this would not impact hunting in any way. I'm not sure, I don't have it right in front of me, but it might fall under one of the provisions about a licensed shooting facility.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I don't take a great deal of comfort in that, because when I go to the game farm to tune up both my shot and dogs or whatever before we go out for the pheasant season opener, that is a hunting scenario. You can disagree whether it's hunting or not, but I have a lot of concern around whether or not now, if I go to a game farm and I bring my Franke and I put it in the rack, and then I walk over to get the dog or get the water or grab a burger before I head out into the field, I really don't want to become a criminal for having done that. So you didn't really give me a definitive answer. And I'd like a definitive answer, because I think that a lot of people, there are a number of game farms around the state that suddenly are going to be creating criminals just by the fact that I don't want to have to sling my shotgun over my shoulder to walk over to get a bottle of water, retrieve the dog, or talk to a friend as we're preparing to go out into the field. So if you could answer that with greater specificity, I would really appreciate that, because I think that's an important thing for a lot of us. I know Representative Krisha guides a lot of people on game farms as well. We should have a definitive answer by the author as to whether or not these folks are going to be jammed up in pursuing a completely illegal activity.
Representative Nash, are you asking Representative Becker-Finn to yield?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am.
Representative Becker-Finn will yield. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm guessing you drive to your game farm, so you could leave your gun in your vehicle and it would be legally be able to be left in your vehicle. I'm not sure why you need to leave a gun out while you're having a burger. There are other options. If people's behaviors need to change to be more safe, then that's okay. That's the goal of this bill. I will also note for the record that this bill has received a lot of press and a lot of attention and has gone through all of the relevant committees. And at any point, anyone could have brought this up, but this is the first time I'm hearing it. Otherwise, I would have had a more succinct answer prepared for you. But off the cuff, I guess my suggestion would be that you store your gun in your car the same that I do when I'm hunting and I go eat lunch and I don't need my gun at the ready.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm going to ask her to yield again. I'm just trying to figure out now what sort of criminal activity is apparently happening at a game farm. I am concerned about that. Another question that I will ask you is if, and you just told us that you've been to deer camp. At deer camp or pheasant camp or bear camp or whatever you go to, I'm just trying to figure out inside the group, if you'll lean your gun up against a tree, action open like all responsible hunters have, and you go off to take care of some other more primal calls. I guess now if a DNR enforcement officer comes and I'm that far away from it, but I'm not actually in the field, technically, I'm not in my bear stand or in my deer stand or whatever, is that going to create a situation where I'm going to get fined or arrested for that?
Representative
to yield, Madam
Becker-Finn.
Speaker.
Yeah, she will yield. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you. I just needed a second to pull up the definition. So if you look in the bill on line 3.8, it references 97A.115. So I am pulling that up so I can read it for you. To your original question, so I think that would include private shooting preserves for adult pheasant, quail, turkey, duck, et cetera. So I think you're covered, so you don't have to worry about the first thing you were worried about. You're good. It's already an exception on line 3.8 in the definition of a area or facility designated or operated primarily for the use of firearms or shooting preserves as described in section 97A.115. So if you pull up 97A.115, you should be covered there. This would not apply. I will further add, because I sensed this would happen over and over again, but if the only thing you did was not store it safely, it's a petty misdemeanor. So it's not criminalizing your behavior, because a petty misdemeanor is not a crime. And then further, your question about hunting, there's an exception that's in this amendment, if you vote in favor of this amendment, that anything that happens within the hunting chapter of statute, so including the scenario that you're talking about, would be exempted as long as you're in the action of legally hunting in the state of Minnesota. That would also be exempted.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll have some more conversation later, but I wanted to make sure before that amendment got put on that these were addressed.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it sounds like we're playing a game of, what-ifism. But these are actual, everyday occurrences in rural Minnesota. I own a resort, and that resort during grouse season and during deer season is used as a hunting camp for several people. And when you go hunting in the fall, there's usually rain or snow, your guns get wet. You don't want to store them in a case. Representative Becker-Finn has indicated she's a hunter. I've heard that once or twice. So she knows that if you go out, you get your gun wet. You don't store a gun in a case when it's wet. It's the easiest way to ruin a gun. In my cabins, there's little racks for guns to set them up to keep them dry. In my cabins, I have generational deer hunters, kids, dads, grandparents, and great-grandparents sometimes. That would be allowing a gun, unsecured gun, accessible by a child, because a child in this bill is anyone under 18. So if a 17-year-old is in that cabin and grandpa sets his gun by the door unsecured, you are a criminal in that situation. It is not a petty misdemeanor. If a child has access to an unsecured gun, it is not a petty misdemeanor. So again, this is not a game of what-ifism. This is real life. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just point of information for you, Representative Nash, if you set your gun down outside of your reach while you're taking care of, how'd you describe it, higher biological calls, I don't know if you'll be in violation of the law, but you will greatly enhance your chance of seeing the largest buck you'll ever see in your life. I've got a question, and I was hoping that we could get a different spin on, we've heard it in the last gun bill. We're probably going to hear it a bunch in the next gun bill. Petty misdemeanor, misdemeanor, what is a crime, what isn't a crime? I am familiar with the statutes. I don't know if I can explain it, so would the Representative Niska yield for a question?
Representative Niska will yield for a question. Representative Novotny.
Representative Niska, my explanation of what a gross misdemeanor or petty misdemeanor is probably a little more rough than you could do. Would you explain in a way that the public and the representatives could understand the difference between the levels of crimes?
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Novotny. Yeah, it's been interesting hearing the conversation about what is and is not criminalizing things. So I think it's important to kind of step back a little bit and look at the titles. The Minnesota statute books have chapters, and the chapters have interesting titles. And Chapter 609, which we're talking about, is called the Criminal Code. So the entire 609 is the criminal code. And the criminal law is the law in which the state is regulating someone's behavior using criminal sanctions. And 609.02 defines a bunch of different levels of offenses under the criminal code: felony, misdemeanor, and gross misdemeanor and petty misdemeanor. And it specifically defines the term crime to mean conduct which is prohibited by statute and for which the actor may be sentenced to imprisonment with or without a fine. And so something, within the criminal code, it defines the term crime, but it also regulates a whole bunch of things that are almost crimes or quasi-crimes, and so the idea that maybe something that's regulated by the criminal code and has a possible level of offense that doesn't quite rise to the level of crime, it's still, we're talking about something that is within the criminal code that's being regulated by the state against somebody. And obviously, as Representative Becker-Finn noted, there are ways in which violations of this do rise over that line of being what the statutes have defined as being above or below the level of a crime. But again, everything we're talking about is regulation within the criminal code. And so when we're talking about criminalizing or almost criminalizing or quasi-criminalizing behavior, it's really important that everyone understands all of this it's not civil law, it is criminal law that is being applied to regulate the behavior of people. It's the state enforcing, either through fines or imprisonment or some combination of the two, the behavior of individual people.
Representative Novotny.
Thank you for that explanation, Representative Niska. And would the author of the amendment yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, so we have in your amendment the exclusion for under line 1.5 being used for hunting in compliance with requirements of Chapter 97B. Can you explain to me what happens when the child has access? They've passed the firearms training, they come home from school, they do their chores, they go out to hunt the evening deer hunt. And say the parents aren't home, so they've given them access to this firearm so that they can go out and deer hunt. Are they supposed to have a separate set of access codes to the safe or a separate safe so that once they're not hunting, then they can have access to the firearm? How does that work?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, being used for hunting in compliance with the requirements of Chapter 97B. If folks are following the requirements of that chapter, they should be fine. I also wanted to thank you for educating me about life in rural Minnesota. Last I checked, Representative Bliss, you don't hunt yourself, but I've actually very, maybe you do. Last time I asked you about deer hunting, you said you didn't. Do you know? Oh, he doesn't deer hunt. Okay, so there, sorry. Correct the record. Representative Bliss does not deer hunt. I do. Very familiar with the area where his resort is located. When I come in from a day when it has been a wet day out on the field, I don't usually just let it air dry. I mean, I would encourage folks to wipe off their firearm. There's some great products on the market. Maybe you're familiar with REM wipes, different ways you can take care of your firearm. But I don't think it would be too much of a burden
Point
to
of order,
not
Madam
leave.
Speaker.
What is your point of order, Representative Novotny?
Point of order. My question was about how this amendment applies to children after they're done hunting, but would still have access to the firearms because they know the codes of the firearms.
Representative Becker-Finn.
I am talking about kids and hunting, so I'm going to continue to answer that question. So again, if you're being used for hunting in compliance with the requirements of Chapter 97B, you would be exempt from this statute. If folks have to make changes to the way they've done things to make sure they're doing things more safely, I think that's not too much to ask. There are really easy ways that you can keep a firearm locked up when you're not using it. And I don't think it's too much to ask of folks to make sure that those firearms are being stored safely.
Representative Novotny.
Well, I guess I'm still confused by that. And thank you for the hints on how to care for the firearms after being exposed to water and rain. Well, if I'm not going to get an answer, thank you, Madam Speaker, on that question.
To the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, this is a little concerning on this. A little concerning. She says it's not a crime because it's a gross misdemeanor. That's just if you leave your firearm outside a lock safe without some type of locking mechanism on it. But if there's a child present, it's a gross misdemeanor. Then that is a crime. And if that child uses it, gains access to it, and accidentally does something, it can be a felony. Educating our kids on the proper use of firearms, which we used to do in school. And we didn't have these problems. Representative Novotny, I was listening to that conversation that you had, that question. I've read the statutes, and I'm still confused. And I'm was a law enforcement officer, had to understand the law. When a law is that confusing, it should not be passed. Members, there's a lot of issues with this bill. Again, Representative Novotny, thank you for clearing out those areas that are quite confusing that we have no idea how we're going to enforce. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Hello. Got a little delay. Just in response to the amendment, Representative Becker-Finn, and whether it's a crime or not, I think that's the biggest concern that most of the folks that I've talked to is that it does create a criminal account should this gun not be locked up and it's stolen. Representative Niska clearly stated in Chapter Criminal Code 609 that it is under the crime, and there's no doubt about that. In front of every member is the letter from the Minnesota Sheriff's Association. Now, I don't know about you, but I put a lot of stock in our Minnesota Sheriff's Association, and in particular our sheriff in Wright County, Sheriff Derringer. But their letter clearly opposes the bill, and furthermore, they recognized that under your language in your bill, Representative Becker-Finn, that it is a crime. Now, again, I'm not sure about you, but I listen to my sheriffs. I put a lot of stock and respect and admiration to them because they, too, understand the law in the Criminal Code 609. And when they say creating a criminal offense for firearm ownership without secure storage, even in the situations where children or ineligible persons are not present, fails to strike a balance between safety and individual rights. It is a crime. It's under our 609 Criminal Code, and our sheriffs, who represent all of our 87 counties, also recognize that it's a crime. So we will be certainly recognizing and pointing out that the flaw of your bill in creating law-abiding gun citizens and creating criminals for something that they had no power over.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Curran.
Thank you, Speaker. And there's been a lot of discussion on this amendment about what exactly constitutes a crime. And I've heard some accurate information, but I've also heard quite a bit of misinformation. And I just want to clear this up as somebody who's very well versed in what criminal code is. I'm a little surprised that we had the question of what exactly is a crime by some of the folks who asked it. But to be very clear, the way that we write our statutes very often includes the what is and the what is not, so that when we look at law, it is very clear. So there is not a question of, is a petty misdemeanor a crime or not? So it is true that petty misdemeanor is defined under criminal code statute. But if you look at the very first subdivision, crime means conduct which is prohibited by statute, for which an actor may be sentenced to imprisonment with or without a fine. A petty misdemeanor does not come with imprisonment. And that is how our statutes tell us that a petty misdemeanor is not a crime. This is a very common way that we legislate, so that when we look in one chapter of law, we have all the answers we need, rather than flipping somewhere else to see what something is not. Very frequently, it's much more efficient to have something listed among other, similar things. So yes, it is absolutely true that petty misdemeanor is defined in 609. And it is defined as not a crime. I just want to make that very, very clear. There is no sentence for imprisonment for a petty misdemeanor, and a crime is defined as something that comes with a sentence of imprisonment. I don't know that I can be any more clear than that. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very interesting discussion. I'm not going to ask to yield because I know the kinds of answers we get, but the question remains, can a 17-year-old, a child, have access to a firearm to go hunting? And the answer is unequivocally yes. A child can have access to a firearm to go hunting. However, now, I don't have a 17-year-old anymore, but I do have a 16-year-old. If my 16-year-old has the key to her own gun lock to go hunting, that's okay. And no parents will be charged? Because that's not what I read here. That's not what I read here. And I saw Representative Niska stand to be recognized again, and I'm glad he did. Because folks keep saying, we're not criminalizing, we're not criminalizing, we're not criminalizing. It's just a petty misdemeanor. 2.22, 2.23. Thank you, Representative Johnson, for calling it out. Gross misdemeanor. It is a crime. And frankly, if a child is, quote, in the area, I don't know what that means. Is it within 5 feet? Is it in the room? Is it in the house? Is it in the neighbor's house? I don't know what in the area means, but that's a gross misdemeanor. You are criminalizing it. So this notion that it's all okay, everyone has access, everyone has rights to go hunting, I'm not buying it. Democrats like to tell us all the time, this is what I mean, instead of, this is what the words on the page say. These are the words on the page. These are the words on the page. I'm so sick of hearing what you mean instead of how you are actually legislating. Because what we say here about what we mean is not relevant outside of this chamber. It is irrelevant outside of this chamber. What happens outside of this chamber is that the courts look at the words on the page. Law enforcement officers look at the words on the page. That's what they're held accountable to. They're not accountable to what we say out loud in this chamber. They're not accountable to our feelings and what we mean in this chamber. They're accountable to words on a page. So let's get real about this and let's talk about what this legislation actually does. And under this language, and even with this amendment, yep, my 17-year-old can go hunting, but they cannot access their firearm to do it, which is actually pretty funny. So clearly we should, this is just such an absurd conversation.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I need to, I think, respond to this rhetorical trick that's being played and was played on the last bill and is being played today, which is it's a real subtle move from anything about criminalizing to the definition of the statutory definition of a crime. Well, using the criminal code to regulate behavior is criminalizing behavior. Whether or not you have a particular type of instance which might happen to be a petty misdemeanor, which it is true, the statutory definition technically defines the petty misdemeanor to not be a crime, but you are still criminalizing behavior by using the criminal code to regulate behavior. And as Representative Nash noted to me, a petty misdemeanor, if you know, normal people out there, when you get a criminal background check, a petty misdemeanor shows up on a criminal background check. So good luck telling the person who's you know, the person doing that criminal background check, oh, that shouldn't have shown up on that because 609.02 subdivision 1 said that wasn't a crime, so it shouldn't show up on the criminal background check. There are lots of things that don't fit within that statutory definition of a crime that have to do with the criminal law, especially when we are regulating in, again, Chapter 609 is entitled The Criminal Code. But it's more important, I think, and I think it's really important that people understand that there's only 2 lines of this entire bill, 2.20 and 2.21, that even make any sense with the Democrats' argument that this is not a crime. There's two lines that refer to a petty misdemeanor, and then there are a whole bunch of additional lines, 2.22 through 2.31, that talk about things that clearly are crimes, that clearly are fit even within their little technical rhetorical shift about, oh, petty misdemeanor is not a crime. Well, there's a bunch of stuff in here that's higher than a petty misdemeanor. So I think the people of Minnesota really need to understand exactly what is going on here, which is an effort to make things harder for people to defend themselves in their homes against things like burglary, and to use the criminal code to regulate that. And there's one political party that's doing that, and the only way that's ever going to pass into law is if it passes through a body where the deciding vote is cast by someone currently out on bail for burglary. That is what is really happening here. No matter what smoke screens are thrown up about what is a crime and what is not a crime, they are using the criminal code to regulate people's ability to keep themselves safe in their homes. That's what's happening in this chamber today. And ignore the rhetorical smoke screens, ignore the hyper-technical statutory arguments. That is what is happening. The criminal code is being used to make it harder for you to keep yourself safe in your homes. That's what's happening.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I wasn't going to stand for this, but I think Representative Niska already covered it. Although you can't be imprisoned for a petty misdemeanor, the breach will remain on your criminal record. You can apply to have the criminal record expunged if you remain free of criminal charges for an uninterrupted period of 2 years following the charge. So having a criminal record will count, and that will show up, and it will take a process to get that removed. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll just quickly get to my question if Representative Becker-Finn would yield.
She will yield. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm reading through the amendment. It's short. It's not super wordy here, line 1.3 through 1.4. And I did some searching, and I think I understand what a organized educational or instructional course on firearm safety is. But I was just wondering if we could, for the body and for those at home, establish what exactly that is. And the context for my question is going to be how that might look for the average. I'm just going to use myself for an example. Dad, mom, out there, say, in a backyard setting. Is this exemption going to cover them, or are they potentially going to be guilty? And I know that we're still kind of debating what a crime is and isn't, but I have a feeling that we're fairly well established there. It's not like we're sliding open a basement window or something. We have a great little setup in the backyard, but I want to know that we're not going to be caught up in something here should this bill become law.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was trying to pull up the statutes. So in that case, in the case where you're helping to teach your kid how to use their firearm, that wouldn't actually fall under this statute or this area or the amendment in front of us, but you wouldn't be storing, keeping, or leaving your firearm in that case. It would still be under your control when you're actively there and it's not being used outside of that.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the scenario that we typically have, and I think is pretty common, with each of the kids, we have our safe. I'm not going to say where. I'm going to say I have our safe, and we access that firearm, Representative Becker-Finn, and it isn't going to be usually a one-at-a-time thing, because we're getting ready right now. For example, it's turkey season, And, so we want to make sure shotguns are in good order. And it's not just going to be one kid, because they're typically going to be in situations where more than one could have a license, could be out in the field. And some of my adult children also are storing their firearms in my safe. And so as a group, we're engaged in just going through that process. And I'm going to have younger kids there, I'm going to have older kids, and we might walk into my garage to, retrieve some gun oil or something. I guess we talked a little bit about some REM oil in case it's raining, what have you. And that firearm that may not be currently in use, because maybe we established that it's fine, but we're going to maybe clean it, and so it's going to maybe be on my workbench in the garage where all my supplies are. I don't have any organized educational or instructional coursework that we're going through, but we certainly are going through the process of gun safety and establishing the firearms in good working order. I'm concerned that if I have more than one gun out at a time, I'd be in violation. I'd still not be exempt from the penalties, and some of these are pretty serious. I mean, Representative Johnson was talking about the opportunity to earn yourself a gross misdemeanor as opposed to a petty misdemeanor, and Representative Whitty spoke to those things, even a petty misdemeanor being potentially on a record. I don't want to be that guy breaking the law. Quite honestly, I hope this doesn't become law. Dear God, I hope it doesn't become law. But if it does, I don't know, based on the language here, if the representative would continue to yield.
She will. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you. Is that example that I just mentioned where there's maybe 2 firearms being used as we're going through that process, Representative Becker-Finn, that could earn me a penalty if we are separate from a firearm that's being kept in a safe place, but not a safe per se? It's not under lock and key while we go and work on the other firearm. I mean, my gosh, I got 6 kids, so I mean, not that we're going to have 6 out at one time, but it's going to be more than 2 potentially. If you could answer that question, I appreciate it.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry you have to buy guns for that many kids, man. Like, in case folks aren't, like, firearms are expensive. So a couple things. First, I really want to make sure we're clear about what the current law is right now. So the current law right now is under 609.666, subdivision 2, is that a person is guilty of a gross misdemeanor who negligently stores or leaves a loaded firearm in a location where the person knows or reasonably should know that a child is likely to gain access. So right now, currently, under the law, if a child gains access to a firearm, that's a gross misdemeanor. So I just want to be clear that we do already have this in statute. I'm not creating a new thing in that regard. I don't think in the scenario you're talking about where you're training on the safe use of firearms and where you are physically present as an adult supervising that this would apply.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what I'm hearing, Representative Becker-Finn, is that you don't actually know. And if you think, and that gives you some comfort, that's fine. But quite honestly, it doesn't really offer me the level of comfort that I would need. I want to know conclusively one way or another if I'm looking at a scenario where I have broken this law, if I'm exempt or if I'm not. If the representative would continue to yield.
She will. Representative Heinzman.
I'm just, Representative Becker-Finn, offering you the opportunity. If you think it's one way, that's something different. But if you know that I am in a scenario where my firearm is in my garage as we're going through this process of getting ready for turkey season, that's just the example I've used, in my garage on a bench, say, getting ready to clean it. We got our rem oil out. Do we think that I have broken the law if we go out to use the next firearm? I mean, technically, the garage is open, and I think there's plenty of Minnesotans that have gone through this exercise, probably by the hundreds of thousands, if not more, every time there's another season, whether it's duck season or turkey season or deer season. I guess not all of us are deer hunters, Representative Bliss. You don't qualify for a hunter, I guess, since you don't hunt deer in Minnesota. I think you're a hunter. I think that even if you squirrel hunt, you're still technically a hunter in my book. I'm not going to knock you down there. But I would just say if we could confirm one way or another, because I think isn't really doing it for me personally, Representative Becker-Finn, maybe if you had an opportunity to clarify one way or the other, that might help the body.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I want to just remind folks we're on the amendment that creates more exceptions to the law. So I just want to be clear that that's what we're actually on right now. I will also say it's really unfortunate with bills like this where folks who maybe don't want to see it go forward, then we don't have people come forward until this moment to bring up any what-if scenario. You know, ideally, we all are working together to try to make bills better and share our ideas throughout the process. That's why we go through a really long process. We also have an amendment process, so we could have filed an amendment. If there are things that are not clear to folks, I would love to clarify that. You know, to your exact what-if scenario, I would gladly clarify that. But I'm only one brain. I don't have everybody's life experience. I only have my own life experience, and I know what I know. I can speak to the intent, and that does matter, because if a court is going to interpret something, that is something that they look to. And my interpretation and my intent is that when you're an authorized user who's being supervised by a parent, that this would not apply. And I know I ran this through with the DNR, and they were fine with it. They signed off on it as well with their attorneys within the DNR. And finally, I mean, yes, the idea of this bill is that some people might have to adjust their behaviors so that they're storing their guns more safely. And I know that can be an inconvenience, but it's also an inconvenience to, you know, drive around the block so that you can not violate a parking violation, or, you know, there's lots of things where, yes, sometimes it can be an inconvenience to do things more safely and to follow the rules, but I don't think that's too much to ask to make sure that we are being as safe as possible. And again, I would have accepted your amendment had you, you know, drafted an amendment or brought this idea to me you know, before the amendment deadline. I would have gladly clarified that explicitly just for you and your kids, Representative Heintzman, but unfortunately I don't have the opportunity to do that at this point.
Representative Heintzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Couple things, members, and again, for those watching the debate at home, I think what we just heard is that if I'm with my kids in the backyard getting ready for turkey season or duck season, whatever, and we happen to have two firearms out, one's ready for the rem oil, and we're out working on the next gun, what I'm hearing is that we obviously, absent a more definitive answer, would likely not be exempt in spite of the amendment that's being offered here today. And Representative Becker-Finn, thank you for the amendment. I'm glad that you thought of another issue area, that you caught this. For those that are engaged in organized educational or instructional course on firearm safety, but that doesn't cover us, I don't think, and my family in the situation that I was describing. So I appreciate that we've gotten to the clarification, but quite honestly, I think it's frustrating when legislators blame others for introducing legislation that maybe has a few clunkers. Maybe it's just a bad bill. I mean, I don't know. I think that we're likely to see, at the end of the day, Democrats will likely pass this bill with the clunkers. I don't sit, Representative Becker-Finn, I don't sit on the Public Safety Committee. I didn't hear this bill. It did come to Ways and Means, where I guess you could make the argument I had an opportunity to hear some of the issues there. But in that case, just being totally transparent here in front of the body, I was in the Environment Committee when these bills came up in Ways and Means. That's one of the challenges at the end of session. Things start piling up. Maybe some might say that the majority had an opportunity to schedule things a little bit better. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. It's been a while since I've seen things really functioning at a high level. So maybe it's the minority's fault that the bill isn't as good as you'd like it to be, Representative Becker-Finn, but that's really not, I don't think, a strong argument for why this bill should be passed, or an argument for this exemption not thinking or covering what is, I think, a majority of Minnesota families that are out and enjoying the shooting sports and getting ready for deer season or squirrels or whatever else. And, you know, if I'd maybe been on some of those committees, Representative Becker-Finn, I would have gone ahead and introduced an amendment to fix this. But here again, I don't think it's the job of the minority to fix this bill. I think that there's too many problems, and we have more amendments that we're going to be talking about today. This one, the A7, just I don't think gets to the problem that my family and most families are going to be facing, and I think blaming others for the mistakes in this bill is really a mistake in and of itself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was listening to Representative Heinzman talk about his own children, I was thinking about my own childhood and my family. I learned to shoot by my father at a very young age. And I'm the oldest of 5 kids, and I think when each one of us hit about 8 or 9, you know, then the next one was taught. And we're an active hunting family I grew up in, and every one of us knows pretty much everything we need to know about guns and gun safety. My own husband and my brothers have taught their own children gun safety and how to shoot. I didn't even, besides concealed carry classes, I didn't even know there were organized educational or instructional courses in firearms, because everyone I know has learned gun safety from their family members, from their older family members. Everyone I know. And so I am extremely concerned. I think back to what my brothers do, what my husband does, what my father has done. And I think everyone would be at some point in violation of this law. And they could be convicted of a petty misdemeanor because maybe, you know, there were, you know, something was in the garage as they were working on something else and a different gun, but they would all be in violation of this. And I don't know what we're trying to solve, and I'll talk more on third reading, but what problem we're trying to solve. The gun violence is, in this state, is not from law-abiding people. It is not from my father and my brothers and my nieces and nephews. That's not where the problems are. But what we're doing is turning around through this, because it just includes lawfully organized educational or instructional course, again, of which I didn't even know they existed, hardly. Because that's not how it works in Minnesota. Kids are taught by their parents, by their aunts and uncles. That's who teaches them about gun safety. So I appreciate the comments from the author about, maybe it needs to be broader. Should this pass this body and make it to conference committee, which I hope never happens, but if it happens, I would ask the author to seriously consider expanding this, because it is families in Minnesota that teach their children about gun safety. Thank you.
Further discussion. To the author of the amendment, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think given the most recent comments, I do want to clarify, if you're going to get a hunting license in Minnesota and you're born in 1980 or later, you do need to take a firearm safety class. So if you're older than that, I was born in 1982, and my kids obviously were born more recently. It's not an alien concept whatsoever. As I mentioned in my opening comments, for me, it was when everyone before they were going to turn 12, because that's when you can get your first license with a firearm. It was in the town hall, and everybody who was going to go hunting that year signed up to take the class so they could get certified. So it isn't an alien concept whatsoever, a new concept at all. Any of us born in 1980 or later, or with kids born after 1980, if we're hunting legally, should know all about our firearm safety certificate class that we need to take. Getting us back to the amendment, because the amendment actually adds some exceptions, just to clarify before we vote, that this is adding some additional exceptions for firearms being used for hunting in compliance with Chapter 97B and being used at a lawfully organized safety or instructional course, and would encourage members to support the amendment.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinzman moves to amend House File number 4300, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A9.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am offering the A9. Is that correct? Yeah, and Madam Speaker, we're going through a number of scenarios today, and this is one that I wanted to speak to. The bill doesn't currently contain an exemption for a child accessing a firearm if the person is in immediate danger or has been given authority to access the firearm by their parent. And I'll just, for food for thought, the example that kind of brought this amendment into being in a discussion today was a personal story in which I have had, on a number of occasions, some pretty scary interactions with strangers at my home on my farm. Don't get any wrong ideas, members. It's not like some of you that have actual farms. I'm talking about one horse and a couple of cows and some chickens. This is something that is educational. I'd like the kids to know where a chicken nugget comes from and such, so that's the farm. My amendment would address this issue if you did have somebody walk into the property with ill intent. And, I'm not there all the time. A lot of times I'm here. My kids are there home alone. And I mentioned that I have a personal story. This has happened. It was a bright, sunny Monday morning. It was about this time of year. And we happen to have a trail that kind of comes through and around our place. And I'm assuming this person, I think it's in the police report even, stated that they just kind of walked in off the trail into my farm. And in this case, I was there. And I'm looking, sitting at the breakfast table, out the window at the pond, and there's a guy like this looking in my window, you know, trying to block the sun so this person could see into my house. And I'm looking right back at the guy, and I'm thinking, if this is some kind of government inspection, I'm going to file a complaint. And as it turned out, it wasn't anything of that sort. It was, thankfully, nobody with a flashlight or wrapped up in a sock or anything. It was just somebody looking for a cabin to rob. And when I confronted the individual, it became super obvious right out of the gate that this individual did not expect anybody to be home and was probably not in their right mind. And the cursing and the vulgarity was all the way to 11 immediately. And that'll scare your kids, that'll scare anybody that is recognizing that that's a threat, that that's unusual. And, you know, I was able to immediately retrieve a firearm, potentially if this person was to try to break into the house, and considering the cursing and so on. And actually the individual told me to look away, don't look at me. You know, the dude's in my yard, coming in, looking in through my window, and he's engaging with me, telling me not to look at him. Well, obviously, I'm not going to follow that command. And so I retrieved a firearm. I never had to brandish the firearm. I never had to engage beyond that. I did call my local sheriff. And in a lot of communities, you know, I'm not the outlier here. I'm 15 minutes away from town. But in this case, there had been, on the other side of the county, a complaint that day, and I was 37 minutes away from a response. And that's a pretty scary thought, reading this bill. That's why I drafted the A9, to be able to talk about this. That's a really scary thought, that in a rural area like my community, we could be 37 minutes away from response. And if I'm not there, Representative Becker-Finn, what am I supposed to tell my kids? The last thing that a parent should have to worry about is language like what's in the bill before us today. And I'll just read it, because this scared me. I couldn't believe this when I read it as we're getting ready for today's discussion. Starting on 2.28 down to 2.31. A person who violates subdivision 2 is guilty of a felony if on 2.30, crime of violence or intent to inflict substantial or great bodily harm, which if a 17-year-old, which I've had a number of those in my house, a 17-year-old, still a kid, I guess, were to access my firearm to defend their lives, if I wasn't there, I could be, I think, under this language, looking at a felony if I gave them access to my safe so that they could protect themselves. So that's why I wanted to bring up this amendment, the A9, that would address this. So my amendment creates an exemption for children possessing a firearm under hunting regulations, which is also in the author's A7 amendment that we already adopted. You know, and quite honestly, I'm a little frustrated considering our early conversation, Representative Becker-Finn, that somehow it is the job of the minority to fix the problems in this bill. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to withdraw the amendment, but I appreciate that I had the opportunity to speak to the issue.
Representative Heinzman withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Myers moves to amend House File Number 4300, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded DE4.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we all know how important it is where we work towards solutions to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, protect our neighbors, and also protect those law-abiding citizens, and that's why I'm bringing this amendment forward. I do appreciate the bill author's work that she's done so far through the process, but as it currently stands, you know, there's that opportunity that's going to make law-abiding people criminals in their own homes. We know the problem is not with people doing the right things, but it's with criminals obtaining guns through straw buyers, illegal transfers. So what this amendment does is it replaces the language in the bill with an addition of a prohibited person accessing a firearm to the current negligent storage of a firearm statute. This is actually a bill that I drafted earlier this session. It didn't receive a hearing, but I think this is something that both sides of the aisle can support, and I'm asking everybody here to support this. And Madam Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Myers. I appreciate the amendment and the bill, and the idea of it is a good one. You know, our current statute doesn't go far enough, but unfortunately for me, your bill does also not go far enough in getting us further past the status quo to make sure that we're protecting more kids and preventing more suicides. And with that, I would ask for a no vote on the DE4 amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am even more confused by the previous question that I was confused by. Probably going to be the theme of the day today. Representative Myers, thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for actually addressing the issue that these bills were brought forward and the incident that brought it about. Now, I'll be perfectly honest with you. When the events of October 7th, 2023 happened in Israel, I said to myself, well, at least we won't have to deal with these gun storage bills. Because if you looked at what happened in Israel in response to what happened on October 7th, they changed the way they were dealing with possession of firearms. I met and spoke Representative Hornstein that night at the Temple in Minneapolis, where we had the opportunity to meet and talk with people that had family members in Israel or loved ones. I was amazed, and it was so touching to see the people that had a direct connection to the people in Minneapolis, and someone in that room was affected somehow by the terrible incident that happened. And I honestly thought, well, you know, this is going to take care of the bill. Representative Becker-Finn, you brought it up yourself that there's an incredible amount of misinformation about this bill. It's not misinformation. People just think it's what it was before all the stuff was amended out. If they go on to the state website and look at 4300 before they get to everything that's been amended and taken out, where you had the separation, as you said, of you couldn't have ammunition. It's not misinformation. They're just not up to date with where we're at with the storage. Going back to this amendment, Representative Becker-Finn, you said already, we've got a very strong law about not storing your firearms, and if a child gets access to it. It's already a gross misdemeanor. And the press conference that you called that you were bringing this back up and is going to be one of your feature bills in this session, this could have addressed this. This would have addressed it. And it doesn't take away from your bill. The fact that you won't take this as an amendment when it directly makes the bill safer for everyone, I'm flabbergasted. I speak in favor of this amendment, and I hope that everyone will vote for it. Green. Thank you.
Further discussion. The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Myers, for trying to fix the problem. Thank you for trying to fix the problem. You know, as I go through this, my copy of the bill is heavily marked, and like Representative Heinzman, I don't serve on these committees. Actually, I don't serve on Ways and Means. I've not had an opportunity to hear this bill yet. And this idea that somehow people who are not in charge of your bill should be in charge of fixing your bill is really weird. Like, notice to all members, and I will say particularly to my Republican colleagues, let's not operate that way. When we're in charge again and we're the ones writing bills, can you vet them? Can you make sure it's ready for prime time before moving forward and before getting it to the House floor? That is no one's responsibility but your own. That is your responsibility to make sure that when you are writing laws for the state of Minnesota, you do the due diligence. You make sure it's done correctly. So thank you, Representative Myers, for trying to fix this. I won't go into all of the problems right now because there are many. But we can even just talk about this idea that we have already about this criminalization of folks. Under current law, petty misdemeanor, let's go back to this petty misdemeanor because we like to talk about this a lot around here for some reason. It's very strange. We want to pretend that it isn't a real consequence. A petty misdemeanor can include things like speeding tickets, trespassing, and now this. In fact, I suspect it'll come up later. I don't see this member on the floor, but we were talking last night about how, let's say you've got a single woman in her home, and when she's sleeping, she keeps her firearm next to her bed because she feels safer. If she gets up and goes to the bathroom, and that firearm does not go with her, she is literally now guilty of a petty misdemeanor. Like, that's how ridiculous this bill is. That is the lengths to which this bill goes. And the important thing about this petty misdemeanor is that, you want to tell us all day that it's not a crime, but it does show up in a background check. If you're looking for a job, and your potential employer does a background check, a petty misdemeanor can show up there. As we discussed the other day, a $300 fine. Let's not pretend that this is of no consequence. You throw around this petty misdemeanor like we're not really criminalizing people. Well, you are placing real consequences on their lives. You are placing real consequences on potential employment. And again, to be clear, single woman sleeping with her firearm next to her bed, gets up and goes to the bathroom, she is in violation of this law. She's in violation. Now, we might not know about that unless we have a situation like Heinz where somebody's peeping in the window. But you have now criminalized that woman. You have created real consequences. So, thank you for the amendment. Thank you for ensuring that we are doing the right thing by going after people who shouldn't have firearms to begin with. Those are the folks we should be going after. This is an easy yes vote on the Myers amendment. Let's do the right thing. Let's stop criminalizing people who are just living their lives as law-abiding gun owners. Let's stop criminalizing them. Let's stop making up new penalties for people who are not breaking the law and turning them into lawbreakers. And let's care more about the people who are breaking the law. Let's care more about those people who are actually prohibited from possessing firearms. Let's vote yes on the Myers Amendment.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative Myers, thank you for this amendment, because this is actually something that might actually fix the problem. And it actually would go along with the bill we passed the other day, since it does reference in that bill, this bill, because it would help keep firearms out of the possession of a prohibited person. That's what we need to work on. We don't need to punish law-abiding citizens who are doing things to protect themselves. This amendment holds those who give firearms or allows access of firearms to prohibited persons, it holds them accountable, is what we need to do. It's something that actually isn't a violation of our Supreme Court rulings. And we'll discuss that in third passage. Representative Myers, thank you. You're fixing a problem. But unfortunately, this session has been the fixing session, trying to fix many bills from last year. And now we're trying to fix bills that we're trying to push this year. Unfortunately, we don't have all the fixes done. There's many yet to go that haven't even been discussed. Bills were out there to fix them, but were never heard. Representative Myers, again, thank you for finding a solution for a problem, not a problem looking for a solution.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Myers, for bringing this amendment. This is one of the first, it's one of the best common sense amendments that we can start working on, because it basically goes to the goal of the author of the bill. The goal was, and I wrote it down, the goal is to reduce the number of people killed with guns. And this is in that wheelhouse, and I find it interesting that, and members, this is a common sense. This is a common sense approach to start. It's just as effective as the underlying bill. It's unmeasurable, just like the underlying bill. It's focused on access, and at least this bill focuses on the criminal aspect of somebody who's taking an action to harm someone versus trying to restrict access in general of people who aren't going to commit a criminal act anyway. I find it also interesting that we've got bills coming from the other side that want to reduce the mandatory minimum sentences for using a firearm in a crime. And maybe that's why members don't want to support this bill, because it flies in the face of that. But members, this is a common sense, effective approach that the author of the underlying bill should actually adopt, because it will help. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just reading Representative Myers' amendment now. I didn't have a chance earlier. It's been busy around here. And Representative Myers, this is a great amendment. This really gets at, I think, the issue that people, I can't assume, I don't want to question motives. I think this really gets at the concerns that somebody maybe outside of this room might have about firearm storage. Just by changing looks like one sentence, two there, lines in your amendment, 1.15, little change there through 1.17. As I've been mentioning over the last few minutes, talking about these exemptions that are in the bill one after another, but unfortunately, they just do not get at the average Minnesotan's normal activities, getting ready for a trap shoot or getting ready for just whatever season may be upon us. We're very fortunate to have as many opportunities in the field for the taking of game as what we do here in Minnesota. And I'm also hearing, Representative Becker-Finn, that a number of organizations did approach you about their concerns, and their concerns weren't addressed. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing, because I don't serve on the Public Safety Committee, so I wasn't there for a lot of what was going on there. And the argument or the comment that I was hearing was that, if there's things that were of a concern, they should have been brought up to you. And I'm hearing from a lot of folks that work around gun issues that they tried to address those things, and those issues weren't addressed in the bill. And so here we are today, and Representative Myers has this amendment, and I really think that if we wanted to get at a issue that may exist relative to gun storage, this amendment does it. Rather than making law-abiding citizens criminals subject to everything from a petty misdemeanor, I think Representative Whitty said, up to a felony for various different scenarios that aren't addressed in the underlying bill, the amendment just really gets to the issue. If people wanted to do something substantive right now that didn't create all these other scenarios, this amendment is the way. In my opinion, just reading this, I really think that we have something here. This should be something that the majority would recognize as the solution, something that doesn't create criminals out of law-abiding citizens. People that are just trying to do the right thing. Myself, the example earlier, I'm just trying to teach my kids good gun safety and proper maintenance using the REM oil. And then all of a sudden, we're finding out today that I could be looking at having broken the law just going through that normal process, getting ready for I use turkey season, the example. To me, that's terrible. What is the reason for doing that? And again, can't question motive, but I think that a lot of people outside this room are looking at this amendment if they're watching, and I think they would agree, Representative Myers, that this is the way to address an issue if an issue exists relative to a person who may not be permitted to possess a firearm. Well, obviously, we don't want those folks having access to a firearm. So, what a great amendment. That is an actual problem. People that are not permitted, that are gaining access, well, we do want to stop that. People that are not legally permitted to possess a firearm under this section 624.713, subdivision 1. That really makes a lot of sense to me, and I hope that the body would take this very seriously and adopt this amendment. And no more of the blame game that, there's all these problems in the bill, but, apparently the minority didn't do enough to help fix the bill. I think that really isn't the expectations of the public. I think the public expects that we go through this process, and I think that bringing in all the stakeholders, bringing in everybody that has thoughts on, what we might do to have a positive outcome here and prevent folks who are prohibited from possessing firearms under that section I just cited on line 1.15 and 1.16. That's how we should be getting at it right here. All the way down to 1.17. Yeah, that's a way that I think we could all come together in a bipartisan way and actually get something done today. Quite honestly, I've heard that this 4,300 doesn't have a lot of opportunity going forward out of this discussion today. That's just what I've been hearing, but I mean, maybe there's something else going on. Maybe there's a plan, but I sure hope it doesn't. I think this Myers amendment would right here and now end the discussion, the debate, and we could go on to the next thing. And we'd have a positive as opposed to a negative position coming out of the House, something that might actually have some traction coming out of the House that could maybe even go to the governor's desk. I don't know. I guess it could. But it just seems to make sense. So I'm going to continue to hope that the Myers Amendment goes on here today, and we can just move forward with a bipartisan bill that has the support of Republicans and Democrats, Independents. Probably everybody could support this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Clearwater, Representative Grossel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Becker-Finn stopped by the desk there on the way in and just made the request. Got to ask, if you just pulled this bill today, and you said promptly no. Then I expected that, but I figured, what the heck, I'd give it a try, just to see if we could pull something that is unnecessary and very onerous and detrimental to the very people that you say you're part of. You're hunter, you say. Well, there are a lot of us in here are, and law-abiding gun owner, just like myself, and quite a few people in this room today too. And I just look at your bill in comparison to this amendment, and it does exactly what you have said. It does what you are in this for what you said. It helps to put a little more responsibility out there to protect kids. And I've been around for 58 years, and I grew up around guns all my life, lived in rural Minnesota all my life. Guns are on the rack on the wall. Guns are in the wooden gun cabinet. The best thing that kids could ever have is someone, a responsible gun-owning parent, to teach them the do's and don'ts about firearms. That's all it takes to teach your children. I taught mine. My guns are on racks on the wall. My guns are in a wooden cabinet. But I took away the mystery from my children. Took the mystery out of the picture. Taught them about firearms. Taught them the do's and don'ts. The joys you can have and the horrific consequences if you abuse that. So they knew. Just like you, Representative, just like you, that's how I grew up too. And I look at Representative Myers, I don't like making new laws. We've got enough laws on the books as it is. If we would use the laws effectively that we have, we'd get along just fine. We really wouldn't need to be here, because we've got enough laws on the books, folks. We could take care of our budgets, take care of the public safety, take care of the things that we're supposed to, and save the state a whole bunch of money. Save the state a whole bunch of money. So this, you say that you made mention about helping with the bills in committee, and we tried. We tried. Some of these folks don't sit on the committees. I do. I sit on Judiciary and Public Safety. And to be honest, we weren't given enough time to debate this stuff. We heard from everybody under the sun, but as members of this body, we were not given enough time to debate it. Very limited time. Now, shake your heads, I don't care. I was sitting in those chairs. And just because you don't like the disputes about what you want to pass, you didn't listen to us. You asked for help. You brought the bills. We try to find a reasonable compromise in there. Get nothing. But here it is, right in front of you. You're asking for help. You're asking for somebody to, telling us to help you do stuff. Oh no, you don't want the help now. Okay. Well, that's how it was in committee too, folks. I don't want to hear from you. That's what we got. Sitting in there. That's what we got. But here you have something, the Myers Amendment, that is balanced. That's balanced and it'll do the job that you want. Now I have a hard time, listening to some of the stuff being said. This is not going to help. What you have here, what you put forward in 4,300, it's not going to stop suicide. It's not going to stop somebody who's hell-bent on ending their life. The statistics in all the states who have enacted all of these gun laws, restrictive gun laws, the suicide rate keeps climbing. You can look it up. You can look it up. It's in the CDC. It's in the records there. All the states that have enacted all these gun laws, suicide keeps going up. Because they use a different means. And I worked a lot of years, where we'd have to go and pick up somebody who decided to end their life. We've gotten calls to go looking for people who decided to end their lives. And the sad result is that if they decide to do it, they're going to do it. And then we got the responsibility to go and tell their family after that. Some OD'd on pills. Some used a firearm. Others used other methods, hanging, whatever. This bill is not going to stop that. So you can't, I sit here and I wish it would. I really do. I really do, but it won't. They got to put money into helping people with mental health illnesses. You got to put money into that. And there's a $750 million hole across the road where that money should have been used wiser and put into things like mental illness help. $750 million hole over there that could have gone to helping people with mental illness issues. Myself, I look at what you have here in 4,300, and I'm going, I don't want government to keep sticking their nose where it don't belong. Representative Becker-Finn, you said it in your opening that, law-abiding gun owners, you're one of them, and you've stored your weapons. You didn't always have a vault, I'm sure. I couldn't afford one for a long dang time. All right? And I've still got kind of cheap gun locker that I keep things locked up in. That's because I took time to spend more money on my guns then. But again, teach the children how to properly use them, the do's and don'ts. Teach them to respect that. Respect that firearm and what can be done with it if you screw around. They'll learn. They're smart. And that's what I'm going to be doing with my grandkids. I don't want to be told by the government how to store my weapons. That's not our place. That's not our place. I do just fine, as do 99.9% of the responsible gun owners in the state of Minnesota, taking care of our own weapons, keeping them stored properly, keeping them safe, keeping them out of the reach of children. So, I mean, this is, like I said, this is a good compromise. The Myers Amendment is a good compromise. I'll bet you had it been given a hearing and had it been given the opportunity, he'd have got the law enforcement community's support on it. Your bill, even as it is now, as much compromising as you've done on it, doesn't have that. That should tell you something. That should tell you something. So let's save ourselves a whole bunch of time today, a whole bunch of going back and forth. And since you wouldn't pull your bill off the table today, I guess I'd be content with this. Take this amendment, and we could move along and get some business done that's going to be good for the state of Minnesota. This amendment would be good for the state of Minnesota. So I ask you to support the Myers Amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Myers, thank you for offering this amendment, because I do believe this is the way to go. We should throw the book at people who allow children to get a hold of their guns at home. We should throw the book at people who allow felons to get a hold of guns in their home. But this universal one-size-fits-all underlying bill here that creates criminals, creates lawbreakers of law-abiding people is not the way to go. And I'll just share from my own perspective. As a single woman, I live at home by myself. I don't have any children in my home. I don't have any felons in my home. I have a dog and cats, and I don't think my guns are going to be at issue with my dog and cats. If I have friends who come over and bring their children with them, I make sure my weapons are secure, because that's what a good law-abiding gun owner does. So this one-size-fits-all storage provision makes me choose between protecting myself as a single woman who lives by herself or being a lawbreaker. Because if I keep my gun in my nightstand next to my bed when I'm sleeping at night, yes, it's within reach, and I believe it says under my direct control, which really doesn't, to my knowledge, it doesn't have a definition, so what does that mean? Does it mean I have to be 2 feet away from my gun, 4 feet, 6 feet? I don't really know, but I'm assuming it needs to be within reach. So I've got my gun on my nightstand, and yes, when I'm in my bed, that would mostly be within my reach, so I'm assuming under my direct control. But let's say I get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I've broken the law. You've made me a lawbreaker. Or, true story, hour after I went to bed, I hear this meowing in my house because one of my cats got locked in a closet and I didn't know it, and I had to go rescue him. Well, if I leave my bedroom, I become a lawbreaker again. So this makes me choose between being a lawbreaker and being able to protect myself. So let's say a burglar makes his or her way into my home, perhaps through a lower level window. I have quite a few of them. And comes into my home, comes up into my bedroom, and I have to say, wait a minute while I get my trigger lock off and get my gun loaded, or wait a minute while I run to my gun safe and get my loaded gun out so I can protect myself. That does not allow me to protect myself. And this universal one-size-fits-all, everybody has to do it the same way, whether you have kids in your home or not, whether you're a respectful, law-abiding gun owner who's careful. It turns me, if I want to protect myself as a woman, into a lawbreaker. So how about instead of going after law-abiding citizens and the tens of thousands of law-abiding women who own weapons like I do, how about we go after the criminals instead? And that's what Representative Meyer's amendment does. I know there's a bill that's been introduced by a colleague on the other side who would make it easier for criminals who use guns by repealing the mandatory minimum sentence for using a gun in a violent crime or even possessing a gun during a violent crime. We need to stop going after law-abiding citizens, law-abiding women and gun owners like me, and start going after the criminals who are using guns to break the law. Thank you for your amendment, Representative Myers. I definitely support it.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. And thank you, Representative Myers, for this very, very common sense amendment that you are offering on this bill today. What I appreciate about you is you're really listening to your constituents here. And this is very, very clear. It makes sense. It's simple. One thing that I always try to advocate for is less government. Sometimes I feel that we try to complicate things and we can really make it a lot simpler. So today we heard from the author of the bill, Representative Becker-Finn, that she was surprised by some of these scenarios that we talked about on the floor today, that she said these should have been brought up in the committee, that she didn't know the answer on those particular questions. They weren't considered when this bill was written. And so I have a lot of questions as a first-time legislator. I am wondering how we can, in this body, in good faith, be putting into laws things that are confusing, that are gray. And that's what this bill is. It is not clear, as the author has admitted. She has not thought of all these different scenarios. And so for the public, for Minnesota, I think they deserve better. In something that's this important of our Second Amendment rights, the public deserves to be very clear. These laws should be black and white because we cannot estimate every scenario. As was admitted on the floor today, we cannot estimate what could happen. When we are passing laws that leave this gray area, we are now leaving very important things up to the judicial process, to a personal opinion. And so I do think that it's very important that we take this serious, because this isn't a game, folks. This isn't a game. Many people in Minnesota rely on their Second Amendment rights to protect themselves. This is not a game. We deserve to create laws, to write laws, and to pass them into law that are crystal clear to the public so they understand. The confused mind says no. If we are writing laws just to pass laws so we can write on our campaign literature that we supported these gun bills, if that's the goal, but we write laws that are messy, unclear, and that's going to have to be relied on interpretation, we are not doing our job here in this body. This is not a game, folks. This bill here today could criminalize people that we have no idea what could happen in the future. This is not a game. Members, we need to look at Representative Meyer's amendment and appreciate it for how it is written so black and white, and it is so clear to anyone that is reading this amendment the intent of it. There is not gray area. This is a good amendment. It makes the goal exactly what the author of the bill said. This is the goal. This amendment achieves the goal. Members, when we are debating a bill today that the author herself has admitted she has not thought about all of the different situations, does not understand how this bill would affect people in those situations or how it would be interpreted in law, this is a big problem in Minnesota. And this issue of our Second Amendment rights, our right to bear arms, to protect ourselves, is too important. So members, I urge you, even though this has not been done very often to almost at all that I have witnessed here in the 2 years that I've been serving, please work with the minority party to achieve your goal and to accept Representative Meyer's amendment so that we can move forward in a way that makes sense for Minnesota.
Further discussion on the amendment. The member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. I want to just point out, and I think it's been mentioned, but the letter from the Sheriff's Association that talks about not supporting the underlying bill. And it says, the letter says, while we acknowledge the author's intention of enhanced firearm safety, I think there's not a person in this chamber, or frankly, this state or world, regardless of political perspective, that wouldn't agree that we want to make sure that people are safe with firearms, particularly kids. And if I think back when Representative Becker-Finn kicked this discussion off, it was really centered around kids. And I do appreciate that sentiment. But when I look at our Sheriff's Association, and I would agree with Representative McDonald, that is a very, very important group. They go on to say, we believe this proposed legislation is overly broad and could yield unintended repercussions. I think we could take that line and apply it to just about every bill that we debated. And one of the things that I've learned and have really enjoyed watching from Representative Myers is he digs into issues regardless of the political perspective on it, and he represents his district really well. And he has met with multiple stakeholders. I know that because I've walked into his office when he's doing it, hearing different perspectives from his district. And that's where this amendment came from. It's striking a balance. And we have to get to a point in this body where we're doing more of what Representative Myers is doing, is looking to multiple stakeholders. And the unfortunate reality is let's just be blunt, he's in a tight seat. So we can't give him a political win. That's my impression of why we wouldn't take a reasonable common sense. I would never impugn
Madam Speaker,
motives.
point of order.
State your point of order.
He's talking about motives. We all know that that is against the rules. If you're talking about why a person is doing something or not doing something, that is talking about motives. Could you please remind the body?
Members, Mason's Manual Section 124, personalities not permitted in debate, not questioning motives. Representative Bakesberg.
I was just talking about my colleague and how he does such a great job working across the aisle, and sometimes good work across the aisle doesn't happen because of where someone is at, and we don't want to give them a political win. And I think I was cut off saying that I would never want to impugn motives. But I think, Representative Myers, this is reasonable. This is common sense. It strikes a balance. So thank you for doing the work that you do for your constituents.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, members, this is my second attempt in about a year from this side of the aisle to do something to keep the hands out of, to keep guns out of the hands of people that shouldn't have them. I'm willing to try to address that. I've done it before. I'll continue to do it. This amendment protects our communities. It provides a balanced solution, and I know some of you that serve in my committees with me have heard that a lot. I believe that this amendment is going to have the impact that we're all looking for, so I would ask everybody to vote green.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Okay, here you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Howard.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 yeas and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend House Law number 4300, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Members, on line 2.16, starting to 2.18, it reads, "A firearm is not considered stored, kept, or left under this subdivision during the period that it is under the direct physical control or reach of the person. A person who violates this subdivision is guilty of an offense." Members, that's kind of problematic. It is problematic because if you are a victim of harassment, you are being stalked, you are a victim who has an active order for protection against someone, or maybe you're a victim who has an active restraining order against someone. Because when I look at the exceptions, I see absolutely nothing in the language that would protect people who are being harassed or are victims of domestic violence or stalking. And so, members, that's what that amendment is about, is making sure that if you are a victim of stalking, a victim of domestic violence or harassment, that an exception is given to you. Members, I have a few handguns in my possession. I live alone with my boys when my boys aren't at their dad's. And sometimes in my neighborhood, things can get a little squirrely, okay? And I live in a lovely neighborhood. It's a beautiful subdivision. It's mostly quiet. There's a lovely bike trail running behind the house, and you can use that bike trail to walk to Lahamadou Beach. I used to when I did childcare, I would walk my children down to the beach, but at that time there was no bike trail, and we were walking through the trail that was just kind of mowed down with from ATV use. But at any rate, I digress. I just wanted to explain it's a very lovely neighborhood. Anyway, sometimes there's a situation where, personally myself, I don't feel very safe, and the individual can, if he's not digging through my garbage, maybe he's recording me, maybe he's on my property taking photographs from my property to his house to show everybody how close he is to my house. And every so often, it does lead me to wonder, am I safe at night? Am I safe at night? And I sleep with the door open, so I can hear if there's anything, but I also do keep a handgun near me, just in case. Now, I want to make sure that I am not penalized, but that others aren't penalized either. In an article from August 21st, 2023, New York Post, 13 women use firearms in self-defense against exes. Criminals over a 2-week period across the U.S. There is another article, Representative Heintzman, I think you would appreciate this. 14-year-old girl fires gun to save sisters from an intruder. The 14-year-old girl fired a 9mm pistol at someone looking to break into her home. On a Sunday, 2 men in a white sedan pulled up to home. One got out of the car, repeatedly tried to gain entry by trying to kick in the doors. Inside the home, Representative Heintzman, were 3 teenage girls. Representative Heintzman, I'm sure you can relate. You have 3 teenage girls who responded by calling 911. They were home alone at the time with their father at work and their mother at the store. So at one point, the man was trying to break into the house and was prepared to bust open a window with a shovel. When this was about to happen, the man and his driver started arguing. During the argument, the youngest of the teenage girls in the home, only 14 years of age, had found and loaded the 9mm pistol, which most likely probably saved their lives. March 4th, I think this is in 2022, there was, in Texas, a woman armed with a rifle shot and wounded a man who forced his way inside her home. The woman had told the man, who neighbors say had a history of criminally trespassing into homes to get off her porch. He refused, and she shot and wounded him. In North Carolina on March 5th, police said a woman's estranged husband showed up at the residence where she was staying, forced his way inside, threatened her and a male homeowner. During the altercation, the woman picked up her handgun and shot the intruder. In Dayton, Ohio, a woman's ex-boyfriend ignored a protective order, scaled the roof of her home in the middle of the night, tried to climb through her bedroom window. When the woman heard the intruder, she grabbed a firearm and protected herself. Paradise, Nevada, a woman was with her boyfriend and 3 children when an ex-boyfriend broke into their home. The woman armed herself, called 911. The boyfriend did leave, the ex-boyfriend left, but he returned a short time later, armed with his own gun, which he pointed at the current boyfriend's head. The woman fired one shot, striking the ex-boyfriend in the head instead. That's what yeah, exactly. March 24th, Lansing, Michigan. A man with 2 prior convictions for domestic violence began assaulting a woman inside her home. Her son came to her defense, shooting and wounding the attacker. Members, what we don't want in this state is for a woman or a family member to feel like they are vulnerable inside their home. We are well aware of our own dangers around us. We want the right to be able to protect ourselves and our family, and we want our family members to feel like they too can protect themselves and their family member in case the time should arrive. So members, I ask you to support the A10 amendment. Thank you.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I'm sympathetic to those who have been victims of harassment or stalking, I want to point out again that the storage requirements in this bill would not apply to someone who has a gun under their direct physical control or within their reach. If a person feels the need to have a gun for their safety that readily available, there is a mechanism to do so. They may do so by keeping it on their person or within their reach. But storing, leaving, or keeping a loaded gun around your house when it's not within your control may actually make a person less safe in many of the scenarios just outlined. And for that, members, I request a red vote on this amendment.
I recognize the member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. And I rise to support the Franzen amendment. And I think probably one of the most important things to talk about with this amendment is that, one of the largest constituencies of people who are actually purchasing guns and taking gun safety and feeling like they need to have a way to protect themselves are women. I was looking up on our, real quick, some things, and according to a CBS article, they said that from 2010 to 2020, there has been that women really are one of the largest ones that are buying guns for protection. From 2005 to 2020, there's been a 77% rise in female gun ownership. And actually, according to this article, among Black women, the firearm homicide has tripled, and so that they're looking for ways to protect themselves. Women need a chance to have a chance to protect themselves. In my personal life, my husband and I are homeowners in southern Minnesota, but since my husband is a pastor and he often will travel for home calls, he travels on missions trips, and there are times when those trips are extended, and it is important for me to be able to know how to defend myself, how to protect myself. I live in an area that is a wonderful place in Minnesota, rural area, and even before I had this job, many people knew who my husband and I were. We were teachers. He was a pastor. A lot of people know who I am. And it's not difficult to fathom, to think that people would know where I live and do nefarious acts. I have had several times, actually, where there was one summer where there was a car that would actually come to my house and suddenly turn off its headlights and just kind of sit there. And I didn't know what was going on, and we just kind of opened the shades and, hey, what's going on? And then they would drive off. And I was like, oh, okay, that was weird. Some kids probably trying to have a good time. Who knows what's going on? Because, again, people know where I live. They know who I am. They know what's going on. And didn't really think anything of it. The next night, same thing. The next night, same thing. Finally, that fifth night, I'm like, okay, this isn't a coincidence anymore. This isn't someone just having a fun time. This isn't okay. And so I called the police because, again, it happened many times when my husband was not home. And as a person who wants to be able to defend herself, to be protected, to be able to defend herself against some bad actors, I called the police. And was very grateful for the Austin Police Department. They just kind of came out and hung up by my on my street for a little while and made sure that no one was doing whatever they were thinking they're doing. But that's why this amendment is so important. And that's why it's so frustrating to have more restrictions placed on law-abiding gun owners, because the people that it hurts, especially the people that it hurts, are the people that need it the most. Women who need to be able to defend themselves, women who need to be able to defend their homes, defend their children, if they're ever in that situation. This disproportionately affects them. And we are seeing the statistics that show that people are in record numbers, women in record numbers, they are choosing to use this as a form of defense. And so thank you, Representative Franzen, for bringing this amendment, and I would ask that we would support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, of course, I support the Franzen amendment here. It's common sense, and what I think, if there's any gray area at all in the underlying bill and in current law, belt and suspenders won't hurt a darn thing in regard to this. Members, we all know that these acts of violence, particularly against women who are weaker physically, let's not deny that. I'm not going to stand a chance in somebody taking on somebody the size of Jim Nash or something, Representative Nash. And so these incidences can happen in an instant. And as a woman, many women practice over and over, how can I get to my firearm the quickest? Playing out scenarios in our minds of somebody breaking in on us. It's an uncomfortable feeling. It's not fun that we even have to go there, but it's a reality. And so members, this is so common sense. There are so many women, you know, I forget the number of women that are in the Safe at Home program here in the state of Minnesota that have their addresses hidden because they're in fear for their lives. I don't want to take a tool out of their toolbox that would help make them continue to feel safe if this is one of the mechanisms that they are currently using for having that feeling of safety. So members, please vote for the Franzen amendment.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz. I do not see Representative Schultz, so I will go to the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative Franzen, thank you for this amendment. One of the things I hate the most is violence against women. It should never happen, but unfortunately it does. There's many women that are killed or injured because of domestic violence. And a piece of paper that's a restraining order unfortunately doesn't stop it, especially those who don't follow the law. Now, why it's important, this amendment is important, is in Isani County is a lot different than the area down here. Isani County, where I was a deputy sheriff, is 460 square miles. And running red lights and siren, it can take up to a half an hour to get to an emergency call. Unlike down here where there's nothing but street lights, when a call for help comes in, it doesn't take very long, a few minutes, and officers are there. But in the best part of Minnesota, where we don't have all those street lights, where you can actually see the stars at night, it does take time. Now, with the exceptions in this bill, it would be illegal for somebody that is sleeping to have a firearm open, sitting on the dresser or in the drawer that's not locked up, because when you're sleeping, you're not in control of it. So they could be in trouble. When somebody breaks into the house, unfortunately, we have lots of home invasions that go on all across this country. We've had them here. When they happen, you don't have 2 to 3 minutes to react. You have to react quickly to have that time. You don't have time to figure out, besides what's going on, what was that noise? Oh, somebody's here. I have to get up. I have to go down the basement to my gun safe to get my firearm out. That doesn't work. These women need to feel safe, especially those that have been harassed and stalked and victims of domestic violence. So I do support the Franson Amendment. It is a good one. It's one that is needed, because the exceptions in this bill or limitations to it are right now are unworkable. This is starting to get a spot where it actually could be usable for the safety of the citizens of Minnesota.
I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the 810 Amendment. For all of us, just having easy access to my firearm is a vital right that I have through the Constitution, and I'm thankful that it shall not be infringed upon. As a woman and a mom, it just reminds me of a story of a dear friend of mine, good buddy of mine. We were at a big event. It was probably like 5-6 summers ago in Representative Erdahl's district, having a grand old time at this big event, this big rally, and there was a really scary thing that happened. I noticed that my single friend, had conversations with a nice-looking guy. And in that conversation, I was learning a little bit about this gentleman, and there were some things that started to kind of make me a little bit concerned. And I was watching the interactions and what he was saying. And my friend, possibly having an adult beverage or two at the time, wasn't observant. She wasn't picking up on some of the things that I was picking up on. So here I am over in Rep. Erdahl's, the rural district, hour and a half west of the Twin Cities, small town, good summer fun time. And I ran to use the restroom, and as I came back to go to visit with my friend, she was gone. And at first I was like, okay, she probably ran here or there. But I noticed that the gentleman that she was with, that was from out of state, was also gone. And then my little mom friend feelers came out, and I then started asking questions to those that were around us. And it was very busy. There was, hundreds of people there. And then somebody said, you know what, I think I saw them walking over this way. And this is like in a fairground area, back by those buildings back there. I think I saw them go that way. Then I got really scared. Now, I have a conceal and carry. I can carry. I did not bring it with me to that event because because I knew that I would have an adult beverage. That's just the deal. We take the training. I would encourage members here, if you've never gone to training, go take a training course. It's absolutely amazing to get educated. And there's parts about it that are things that stick out with me. So I then went to the security, and thankfully, security did have protection on them. So they just immediately mobilized. They located my friend. She was indeed in a situation that was very, it could have gone real south very fast. And so, again, as a woman and mom, I support this amendment because those who have been victims of domestic violence, those who have been, abused, and I think we have to have easy access to our guns and to be able to protect ourselves in times of need. So let me wrap this up here. Again, we're here as lawmakers. We're here to make laws and not break laws. I heard that in the hallway today. Make laws, not break laws. And it just kind of keeps ringing through my head today. And it would be horrible to think if I was in a situation that I had walked away from my gun and something happened, and we talked about the levels of, misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor, but that there could be something even implicated on my record at all would be a horrible deal. So again, I come back to, as a woman and a mom, I support this amendment, and I thank you so much, Rep. Franzen, for bringing it forward.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to speak against the amendment here for a couple of reasons. First of all, the language in the actual bill allows somebody to have a gun in their control or within their reach. So the scenarios that are being described here are not prohibited by this bill. The example given of a gun on a nightstand while you're sleeping, that is okay. So that's the first reason. The second reason I am opposed to this is because I'm not sure members realize actually how broad this exception is that's being crafted in this amendment. If you look at the bill, at the penalties section that are excluded with this amendment, you are saying that somebody who could leave multiple loaded guns around their house, and a child accesses the gun and shoots another child or injures themselves, that's okay. Or if somebody accesses that gun who shouldn't and it's used in a crime of violence, that's also okay. Because this exception is so broad, for those reasons, Madam Speaker, that I'm recommending members vote no. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Fillmore, Representative Davis. Davids. Do you wish not to be recognized, Representative Davids? David. My apologies. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is happening quite often, and it proves we do look a lot alike. So I just want to speak. I wasn't going to speak on this amendment. I was going to wait till third reading, which I believe I still will. But I confess I was a little triggered by what I heard earlier. Representative Becker-Finn, you're actually making Minnesotans less safe. That's what you're doing, and you said just the opposite earlier. Said leaving a handgun in your home lying around actually makes you unsafe, more unsafe or less unsafe, you said. Representative Scraba was just telling me a story about how some guy just randomly walked in to his home. In fact, Representative Scraba, would you mind yielding for a question? Because it's very relevant to this amendment and what I'm about to say.
He will yield. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Scraba, could you just repeat what you told me just a few minutes ago there? That's the situation.
Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, being from Ely, a small town, I'm in my house doing dishes, look out the window, I notice there's a lot of black vehicles parked around in front of my house. I'm like, what's going on? Who's here? And I walk out my back door, and there's a gentleman standing on my steps with an M16 pointed at my neighbor's house. I look at him, I look around, I go back in the house. I'm not armed right now. And I'm like, what is going on? Turns out they get the person next door, they take him in. I'm the mayor. I asked the police chief, what's going on? I can't tell you. I go, no, I need to know, because I know those people were doing drugs. What is happening? I can't tell you. I said, I just want you to know that I have enough weapons that I could put a gun in every corner of my house. So wherever I am at any point in time, I can defend myself. I need to know if I need to do that. I want to know, because I can. I can't tell you. So when Representative Becker-Finn said, I feel for people and I can't, it's too bad you have to store the gun and all that. I'm thinking to myself, no, when I'm in my house is my castle. And someday soon, the castle doctrine will be talked on this floor, sooner than later. But that is what, in my opinion, we're talking about now, and I'm going to let you go because I could go on forever. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Madam Speaker, would Representative Scraba continue to yield for a question?
He will. Representative Davis.
Representative Scraba, did we drum this up? Did I tell you we were going to do this? That's the first question. The second question is, do you have children?
Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I do not. We did not conspire this. I've got lots of stories. You want to keep asking me questions? I can. Yes. And two, I do not have children. No.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Scraba. You brought up a phenomenal point. He's the king of his castle in his home. And if he believes that storing a gun in every room of his house, on the shelf, on the counter, or wherever he pleases is going to keep him safe, he's the king of his castle. I really don't think you've thought this all the way through. This is the United States of America. And did you know Minnesota is a part of this country? Minnesota is a part of the United States of America, and we have this thing called the Second Amendment that tells government you can't come any further than this. You're infringing upon the rights of the citizens, the lawful legal citizens of the United States of America. That's not right. Nope, government's going to come in and tell you what you can and can't do, Representative Scraba, in the privacy of your own home. No, we're going to decide for you, because you can't make that decision yourself, what's safe and what's unsafe. The government's going to do that for you. A Democrat trifecta of Minnesota is going to tell you how to do that. And we don't care if you disagree. Once again, another example of the heavy hand of government coming down on the citizenry. Minnesota's getting sick and tired of it. The A10 Amendment, exclusion from storage requirements for victims of harassment and stalking. Because those harassing you just might want to inflict harm on you, and those stalking you very well could want to inflict harm upon you. And it would be Representative Scraba or Representative Franson's determination. They would make that decision on whether they feel their life is threatened and how to protect their life in their own home. But no, the Minnesota government, state government, the Democrat trifecta is going to decide, no, we'll decide what's right and wrong for you to protect yourself in your own home. That is exactly what is going on here. You're out of line. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Franson's amendment, I think she sort of addressed that this was personal. And it talks about people who have restraining orders filed against them. What do we know about people who have restraining orders filed against them? They're not rationally thinking through life. And they have had that put against them for that specific reason. So let's run through the scenario. Now, I don't live out as far as some of our other members do, but when you turn the lights off in Waconia, it gets dark. Now, if something were to happen and my wife had somebody or my 3 daughters had somebody who was stalking them, they are clearly not rationally thinking because we've gotten to the point where we've had a restraining order filed against them. It's dark in Waconia. It's scary, perhaps. I could be down here. I could be on a business trip. I could be out of town. What the underlying bill is saying is that they don't have the ability necessarily to defend themselves in the manner in which they would like to against somebody who's not thinking rationally. And that creates some problems. Because if you're a sound sleeper, I don't know what that's like because I don't sleep, but it would be a nice thing to experience. But if you're a sound sleeper and you get woken up at 4 in the morning and someone has forced their way into your home and they have harm as their intent, the mechanics of going through a biometric safe even sometimes, if you have oils on your fingers, sometimes the biometric scanner doesn't work as perfectly as you would like to. And when you wake up at 4 in the morning and you're in a fog, sometimes you forget what's the combination if you have the push button on your bedside safe. You're like, okay, is it this combination? Is it this combination? Is it this combination? And if you've got a restraining order that you pulled against somebody, you should presuppose that you might have to defend yourself because, once again, as we've established earlier, they're not a rationally behaving human being. And while Hollywood isn't really reality, we've seen plenty of movies where people who might have a restraining order against them have done heinous things. I want all of us to be able to defend ourselves appropriately. And let's say it's midnight, and you've got a restraining order against somebody who's very unbalanced, and you have your personal defense weapon with you, you're watching TV or whatever, and you have to go out and let the dog in from the back, or you go to get a beverage, or you run upstairs for something. If you don't carry that with you and you don't tuck it, I guess, in your pajama pants or whatever, now you've created a situation where a crime is going to get committed, because it's not under your control by definition of this bill. So we put the additive effects of somebody who's unbalanced with a restraining order on top of the scenario that I've just shared. And now you've got people who are frightened. They've already been threatened. They are not necessarily going to be able to defend themselves with the way this bill works. Been married for a long time. I have 3 daughters. I want them to be able to defend themselves and my family. But this bill takes that away. This bill makes it so that I guess they have to have a shoulder. They're going to carry the gun on their shoulder. Maybe they carry the Mossberg 500 with a strap in there as they walk to the backyard to get the dog, or they go upstairs to check, maybe get the load of laundry that they might be wanting to do, or they are reading emails for the next day, whatever. If they move around the house, they have to drag that thing with them. Or, and I'm just throwing this out there, or maybe they don't. Maybe they shouldn't have to. Maybe they know where that is and they can go and get it in enough time. And the scenario, again, if you wake up at 4 in the morning and you are seriously groggy, and if you have a biometric safe, you know that sometimes it doesn't work, or if the battery on that dies, that's a problem. These are all not implausible situations. For the bedside gun safe that I have, I've had the batteries die a number of times. So now I've gotten to the point where I put a little reminder on my calendar, replace batteries in bedside gun safe. We never want to think that crazy people are going to do crazy things, but here's what. We're not running short on crazy people in the state of Minnesota. We're well stocked. And Representative Franzen's amendment addresses that, because all you got to do is read the news, type in Mary Franzen, Alexandria, stalker. I think you'll have a lot to read. And I think that person who apparently is going to be a candidate this fall, that creates some problems for you all. But the amendment is very practical, and Representative Franzen, I'll be supporting it. You knew that to start off with. But let's think through the scenarios, and the scenarios that make this problematic in the bill, Chair Becker-Finn, I think outweigh the scenarios that are trying to keep people safe. If they're in their own home and they're not able to defend themselves, as the dad and husband, I find that terrifying. So let's support the Franzen amendment. Let's vote green.
Members, before I call on the next individual, we do have a long list of people speaking. If you are speaking to the underlying bill, please, there is going to be third reading, so as you stand up for your remarks, please confine your remarks to the amendment that is in front of you, which is the Franzen amendment, the A10. I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will speak to the amendment. The amendment in this situation, someone that's under a harassment order, or they're a victim of one of these stalkers. So when you would have someone that lived in rural Sherburne County and they had this situation and they asked me what would they do, I would tell them, if you were a family or loved one of mine, I would know that in many situations that you wouldn't be able to use that firearm until it's too late. They always wanted to get a gun. They always wanted to get something cool. And especially the family members I knew, or maybe dealing with these people, I could take a measure of would they be able to use that firearm if it really came down to it. So I would recommend that they get a less lethal round. Something like a drag stabilized, less lethal round, a beanbag round. I was beanbag instructor, less lethal instructor, fabulous tool. And I would recommend that because if they know that they're probably not going to kill the person, that they would use it before they wish they had have used it. And that's the problem that I hope to avoid by using a less lethal munition. So Representative Franzen, if she'd have come to me after these things occurred, I'd have said, I recommend you get yourself some less lethal munitions. The other thing they could do now, the sim rounds have come along, and the simunition rounds are fabulous, and you can get non-marking simunition rounds, and for those that don't know what those are, you, excuse me, it's a conversion kit. You can take a standard firearm that are popular. If it's a popular firearm, you can use that sim kit. It's a drop-in thing, so your weapon fires. So say, for example, you had a Glock, you could get the conversion kit to fire simunition rounds through that Glock, and it's a round that will hurt. It'll draw a blood blister on bare skin, trust me, or through a couple layers of clothes. But you can use it and send a message that, you know, you have the ability to protect yourself a little bit. And I bring that up because later when we get to the meat of the bill and on third reading, you'll probably hear this again, this bill is going to cover all firearms. So in a situation like Representative Franzen, if she wanted to get something less lethal to protect herself, she couldn't even do that because it uses a definition that's any expanding gas or, I can't hold it and use the mic and have my cheaters on at the same time, but anything that uses expanding gas, yes. What does this also take out with this definition that you used for firearms, Jamie Becker-Finn, Representative Finn? A taser. What fires the taser darts? It's like a little primer. There's a little electric charge goes up and fires a little primer. That's what shoots the darts out. So not only by your language in the underlying bill are you not letting them protect themselves, they can't even use that in a situation. And can you think of a situation better than Representative Franzen's that she is in right now where she would have one of these devices and we can't even do that? The way this bill's written without this amendment. This is a very good amendment. Vote green.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franzen, for this amendment. It really highlights how the underlying bill does compromise the ability of folks to defend themselves in difficult circumstances. And at the very least, we should be letting people in situations like you find yourself in, Representative Franzen, or anyone who has some specific reason to feel threatened and feels particular need to defend themselves should be able to defend themselves without necessarily worrying that, oh, the gun just happens to be outside of my reach at this moment in time, and now I have violated the law. This situation, this is a pretty common type of problem. Obviously, we think of it, in the situation of public figures. Sometimes it's just a neighbor versus neighbor dispute. Sometimes it involves even endorsed candidates for office. So that's one type of situation. Obviously, there's a lot of domestic violence types of situations. The typical situation involves a spouse or some sort of romantic partner, but domestic violence situations where people feel threatened and the need to defend themselves can arise in all kinds of family situations. Can involve even, stepchildren. Can involve situations where someone has a reason, maybe there's an estate dispute or something like that, where someone feels threatened. They feel like their personal safety is threatened. And of course, in all those types of situations, we should be very careful about limiting their ability to defend themselves in any kind of, whether we're talking about a home intrusion situation, whether we're talking about, someone coming in through the basement, tripping over someone on the bedroom floor, any of those kinds of situations. We need to be very mindful of the rights of the victims of violence, those who've been victim of harassment or stalking or have a order for protection or an active restraining order. They should be free to protect themselves. Thank you, Representative Nash, for your examples of ways in which this does compromise the ability of people to protect themselves. So, Representative Franson, I appreciate this amendment. I disagree a little bit with Representative Moeller. I think it's probably under-inclusive. We should be allowing all Minnesotans to protect themselves, but at least this is a good start. Thank you.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Representative Franson, this is a great amendment. And I quite frankly cannot understand how the majority party would not vote for this. Literally, we are talking about women who have been victimized. Members, we are talking about women who have been stalked, who possibly have a protection order against someone. And if you vote no to this amendment, you literally are continuing to victimize women. And I don't think that's what we want to do. Women have the right to self-defense. At least they did in our Constitution. Shall not be infringed. At my home, actually, I have offered several permit to carry classes right at my home. And 2 instructors who do a fabulous job come to my home. I think I've offered 3 or 4, I can't remember. And every time we have had classes from, I believe, 12 to 20 people. And when I've had those classes, usually about half of them are women. In fact, the rate that women are looking for self-defense has greatly increased in the United States. They're doing it legally. They're going through the classes to have their permit to carry, and they're getting training. Why the increase, members? Crime has greatly increased. Women are fearful. Now, also, it is a matter of fact that physically there is a difference between men and women. Their physical stature. Men have more muscle mass. Men have denser bone structure. Men's physical capability, their lung size, they have wider airways. There is literally a difference physically between men and women. So we're looking at 2 facts. One, that women are looking to seek protection for themselves more than they ever have before. More women are looking to be able to carry a gun for protection. That's a fact. Another fact is that there is a physical difference between men and women. And a man is able to overcome a woman very quickly in a case of abuse, or he was attacking her. Now, I know the author says, and Representative Moeller says, that the gun just has to be within reach. But that is not reasonable, members. Not in a case like this where Representative Franson is bringing up, in cases where there's a restraining order, a protective order. There's already a safety issue. This woman is already at a heightened risk. And you are denying the right, her constitutional right, to defend herself. But members, they say, she just has to keep it on her. It just has to be within reach. Well, I have been getting a lot of emails from constituents and people across the state on these gun bills. And one of them told me that their neighbor has been arrested 18 times. 18 times. This is a dangerous person who is living next to this person. They don't have the means to move. This is their house. And the reality is, the neighbor is a known criminal of public record, has been arrested 18 times. A law enforcement person that this person was familiar with said, you need to be ready to protect yourself. You need to be ready to protect yourself. And members, it is not reasonable. It is not reasonable for you to say, in all instances, you just have to have it within reach or on your person. That's not reasonable. It's also not reasonable to have no clause, no exemption in a house, as we've heard before testified, that there are no children present. Quite frankly, this is very disturbing to see the majority party, this trifecta, continually say over and over and over to Minnesotans that they know better than you. That you could be a single woman in your house with no children. You could have a neighbor next to you like the one I talked about that has been arrested 18 times. Or you could be a woman in your house by yourself with no children, and you have a restraining order against someone, and still the majority party here in Minnesota is going to tell that woman, you cannot protect yourself to the length that you need to. And if you do, you might end up being the criminal. That's what's happening here in Minnesota. We are criminalizing women. We are making women who have already been victims of crimes even more victims. Members, I truly cannot understand how the majority party here in Minnesota can continue to vote against your rights and to continue to say that government knows better than individual people. And in this instance, that the majority party, if they vote no on this amendment, are saying that women are limited in protecting themselves. Members, vote yes.
The member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Franson, I support your amendment. And I understand what you're going through or what you have gone through. I'm going to share a story that's quite difficult, but I am a victim of violence. And I mean violent. Years ago, I was assaulted, and in the end, I was black and blue from head to toe. I mean, this is awful. The person came to my home, which was an apartment, broke down my door. I mean, the door frame and door was gone, and assaulted me for hours. No one in that apartment building came to my defense. No one. But apparently, after some point of the violence and all that goes along with it, somebody did come to the door, knight in shining armor. It was a police officer who saved me. And I generally don't talk about this story because who wants to admit that they're a victim of sexual assault? A lot goes along with it, the pain, the suffering, should-haves, could-haves. What did I do wrong? Why me? And it's taken me years to even talk about that. And sometimes when I tell a story, I only tell a story from like A to M. I don't go to Z. But there was another bill that's also floating around this legislature, and I had to tell my husband the entire story and the look on his face of horror of what happened to his wife so many years ago. And so I'm just going to say that this bill is, this is ridiculous. I just support your amendment. As a citizen of this state and this country, I have rights, constitutional rights. I have the right to free speech. I have the right to keep and bear arms. And because of that incident, if I want to keep a firearm, and I mean everywhere, the kitchen drawer, the closet, my car, everywhere to keep my safe, that is that's my right. And no one has the right to take away my rights as a citizen. The idea with this bill, as I'm reading it, you're making me a criminal in my own home. And again, Representative Franson, I support your amendment, and I share your pain, along with victims of violence everywhere. And I would encourage members to support this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Lyon, Representative Sosinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I want to thank Representative Franson for her amendment. You know, I think it makes a lot of sense. I want to tell you about a constituent of mine. A constituent of mine had a video posted online about which child of hers should this individual pack and smoke marijuana off their faces. While he was smoking marijuana during the video in which he posted online. The video kind of is a down shot video. I watched it, and it had a picture of the family, beautiful family. And the man answered, "Who are these people?" And I want to do a quick online poll on which of these children on this photograph should I smoke marijuana off their face? That is what people are dealing with on a daily basis out in public. And there is no harassment charge, there is no court case on a video like this. It just is. Do you think these people, these constituents of mine, sleep better because a video like that's posted? And understanding that they may or may not be breaking Minnesota law in the way that they store their guns or firearms in their home, the way they choose? No, they don't. They say, well, St. Paul says that I need to have it here, here, or here in this manner, otherwise I'm the one breaking the law. When they have videos online of people threatening to smoke marijuana off their children's faces. They called the cops. The sheriff checks in once in a while to see if they've seen them around the neighborhood. But a 911 call in rural Minnesota is comforting, and bills like this are comforting, but in reality, help is a half an hour away. Now, when you're considering whether or not to vote on this amendment, I want you to look at yourselves real careful, all of you, Republicans and Democrats. I want you to look at your lapel specifically. This bill moving forward and with the amendment, one of the individuals on our lapel, according to the bill that's before us in this amendment, is carrying legally. And the other one, illegally. One has a weapon in hand, and the other has it out of reach. Now, this bill changed a lot from when it was first introduced. This bill wanted to make sure that both were unarmed. In Minnesota's history, specifically started by making sure that one of them was. And it doesn't take too many history books to look at the dangers that caused when the federal government or state governments went and worked to enforce the disarmament of certain groups of people in our country. It may be fun to disarm some once in a while when it works to our benefit. But the Franzen Amendment foundationally focuses on victims, on paper and in reality. When they fear for their safety, they shouldn't be concerned about what 134 legislators here in St. Paul think they know best on how they should store their firearms in their home. Is it in your hand? You're fine. Is it hanging above your fireplace? Well, is it out of reach? Are you as tall as Roger Scraba? Then you're illegal. If you're tall as Ben Davis, you're fine. Can you reach it? I don't know. Do you have a ladder? If someone's knocking on your door, or if you got a ladder by the fireplace and you can climb the ladder in time to grab it off the fireplace, that's the gray area. I don't know. Can I use a tool like a ladder to make me legal? When I reach above my fireplace to protect my family, when help is but a half an hour away, or 45 minutes in some of our more rural districts. The folly of the actions of a do-good legislature. We're just trying to eke out some common sense that will protect women who are facing harassment, women whose children have been threatened. Rather than them having in the back of their mind to say, well, my husband's gone 3 hours away, and I'm not sure what I should do. I'm just going to unload it and put it away so that for some reason, if something happens, maybe my kid chokes on a hot dog, and I have to dial 911, and the cop, while he's in the house, trying to help my family, notices that there's a gun that, well, ma'am, you're here in this room, and that gun is over there we're going to take your son to the hospital to make sure he's okay, and you can come with us, and we can have a conversation downtown. Members, take a little time, realize we don't all have the answers here in St. Paul, and that sometimes the decisions you make put family members at risk, put children at risk. We're saying, well, this is a safety issue. We know best on how to store these firearms, quite frankly, in St. Paul, in this room today, better than the folks that are 3, 4, 5, 6 hours away from this room right now. I don't know every story, but we've heard some darn good ones here on the floor tonight on why the Franzen Amendment is at least a little bit of a middle ground. On saying, if you're a female or a male, quite frankly, I don't know, Representative Franzen, whether or not it differentiates, if you have to be a female in order to get this or a male, I think it's just whether or not you're dealing with the issue before us. But when you put just a hint of, I don't know, into the legality of how I live my daily life, is that freedom? If every single time you're dealing with some issue on the farm or in town or wherever you happen to live and you're looking over your shoulder going, am I breaking the law right now? I don't know. When I go to bed at night in my own home and I hear the floor in my bedroom creak, does this bill make me feel safer? And I wake up and I trip. Does that make me feel safer? I've had my car broken into. I've had neighbors' cars get broke into. And criminalizing good people because of what bad people do is not the American way. Criminalizing folks that are just living life, going to work, trying to earn a buck. One parent travels and one parent's home. And putting that one that's at home at a disadvantage when it comes to doing the job of two to protect their family and tying their hands behind their back or locking protection in a box. And they have to call to St. Paul if they can have permission to let that protection out is wrong. Representative Franzen, I want to thank you again for the A10 amendment. I think we need to, as a legislature, to sit down and think. Who comes first? The people or this legislature? Who do we trust more? Ourselves? We have protection. I want to thank those with the golden ties on who stand beside the doors, outside these doors, walk the halls here at the Capitol. We can talk real smart when you have folks carrying on our behalf. But most folks that we represent don't have that privilege. They don't have folks standing at the end of their driveway. They don't have an armed guard standing at their front door when folks that don't seem to care about the liberties we care about decided not to care that day. We get a choice. 43,000 people had an opportunity to send us here, or not. And we're going to hear stories, well, this is going to save, this is going to do, this is going to help. The Franzen Amendment is just finding some middle ground to say, if you know you're under threat, if you know you've got issues, and help is a half an hour, 10 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour away, you've got a chance to protect you and your kids. And the worst part, that story I started with, the person who is threatening to smoke marijuana off these children's faces is a DFL-endorsed candidate. Please. I mean, I get we have problems in the Senate, but we've got it here too. Vote green.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heitzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Franzen, your amendment is a good amendment. It's one that I would think everyone in this chamber could support today. The stories that we are hearing, and I'm assuming are likely to hear more of, are probably some of the most compelling, if not the most compelling, stories I have heard in the last 10 years that I've served in this chamber. Even the article that you referenced, Representative Franzen, mentioning the 14-year-old girl, that she had a firearm. Thank God she had a firearm. She had addressed the threat. And I think that if I understand this amendment correctly, this amendment would give those individuals, those women who are known to have a stalker, been a victim of harassment, the ability to be exempt from what is obviously, I think, in the minds of many people, an impediment to accessing a firearm in an expedient way to protect potentially their life. I said earlier, as I started my comments on this amendment, that this especially hits home for me just thinking about what we've heard today. My daughters are 21, 19, and 13. One living away from me, alone. 2 in my home. And to think that if this amendment isn't accepted, they could be a victim of harassment under the section line 1.4, or stalking, and they would be required, if this amendment isn't accepted today to this bill that Democrats are bringing forward, they would still be in a position where they would have to be trying to access, maybe they can't access, and we'll probably talk more about that on third reading, but this is a good amendment. And that I have to think about my daughters being in a situation where they can't access a firearm, even if they've been a victim of harassment or stalking, under this new language is mind-boggling. I think the people of Minnesota are going to be angry when they begin to hear more about what's being done and what this law could potentially do to their family members. The way I am thinking about it is I'm hearing the stories today and how that could affect my daughters. Thank you, Representative Franzen. Thank you for having the foresight to consider what this could do to these people, these women that have been the victim of harassment and stalking. No exemption in the bill offered by Democrats today to give these women an opportunity to have to easier access self-defense. That's incredible. If Democrats today can't see the value of this amendment, I just, quite honestly, I can't even imagine how that's possible. There's so much going on here today in the testimony and the discussion around this bill. Gosh, I hope that sanity can prevail and we can put the politics aside and we can work in a bipartisan way. I started counting empty seats on the other side of the chamber as we've been hearing these stories, Representative Franzen, and I couldn't believe it. Makes me angry, quite honestly. This could affect my family. This could affect any one of us in this chamber today. And the folks outside of this room, the families, the sons and daughters of the people of Minnesota could potentially be left in a more dangerous position if this amendment doesn't become a part of the overall bill, which still I'm shocked the way this bill is written and the problems that the bill author acknowledged this bill has. And Representative Franzen, you're doing a good job here today trying to find a way to actually fix a problem in this bill. For those that have been willing to share their story, and for those that are at least have the guts to sit in this chamber and listen, I applaud you. I hope we can do better going forward today.
The member from Cass, Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise today in support of the Franzen Amendment. Thank you. Your story about those 3 sisters being home alone and being invaded is terrifying. That 14-year-old girl is a hero. And I'm sure, like a lot of parents in this room, the first thing I thought of when you told that story is, I have 3 daughters. What if that was my family? And I wasn't there, I couldn't get to them. What would they do? Something I tell my kids, and I've told my kids since before they could understand what I was saying, is don't panic. Don't panic. And if they watch this, they'll say, oh, don't panic. I don't care if you're learning how to swim. I don't care if you're afraid to go to school. I don't care what it is. Don't panic. Because when you panic, you don't think clearly. When you panic, you don't know what to do. When you panic, you freeze. So I've always taught my kids, don't panic. But you know what else I've taught them? How to be safe around guns. I have never told my children that guns are a bad thing. I have never made them fearful of a gun. We need to teach our kids how to properly handle firearms. When I grew up, we would wake up on Saturday mornings, we'd come downstairs and Dad would be at the table cleaning his guns. That's just how it was. We had guns everywhere growing up. And not one time did one of those guns jump off a shelf, jump out of a drawer, and start firing. Not one time. It's not the guns that are bad. It's the bad people that are using these guns. We have to teach our kids. That is how we get past this. Teach them how to safely use a firearm. We've talked to our kids about guns forever. If mom throws her purse down on the counter and you see the gun, you don't touch it. And they know that. They've never played with the knives and the cutting block on the kitchen counter because they know that they shouldn't. We take our kids shooting. Grandpa comes up and takes my kids shooting. They've all inherited guns from their grandparents. We educate our kids and we teach them to be safe. Last weekend, I was home alone with my 3 daughters. My husband was gone, my son was gone. And when I hear you guys say, well, you can protect yourself. All you have to do is just have your gun strapped to your hip. Well, guess what? Last Saturday morning, we woke up and we wanted cookies. So guess what we did? We baked cookies in our pajamas, middle of the morning, just baking cookies. How ridiculous would it be to expect me to have my 9mm strapped to my hip as I am enjoying some quality time with my little girls that, frankly, I don't get to see very often right now. And now I'm gonna have to just pause everything and put my gun on my hip? How ridiculous is this? The best way to protect our kids is to teach our kids. So if they ever are the victim of harassment, if they ever are in danger, they can grab the gun and protect themselves. Members, please support the Franzen Amendment. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Lesnicar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. I too rise to support Representative Franzen's A10 amendment. After listening to Representative Franzen and Representative Harder, and just hearing the stories, I think it's imperative that we hit the pause button. If you look behind you, you'll see something before you go out of these doors every day. I'm not sure you have seen it, but it says, "Reason is the law of life." A very good statement, and God willing, it's going to prevail. Reason looks like the right to bear arms. Period. The right to bear arms. So let's just talk about who this might be. This might be the woman who's the queen of her castle. Maybe she's not the king of the castle, but she's the queen of the castle. And who might this look like? This could be somebody that's home alone, like you talked about, washing their clothes, making cookies, making dinner. This might be an elderly woman. And where I live, we've got a really large population of elderly women and aging elderly men that are living alone in greater Minnesota. This might be a single mom, and believe me, I've had a lot of them reaching out to me on this bill specifically. They are furious about this bill. This might be a widowed Minnesotan who has much to process being alone, but keeping themselves safe They're not just afraid of, are they going to fall when they're 90 years old and they're 85? They're afraid for their safety. They're not just worried about a broken hip. They're worried about making sure they can protect themselves. And what's the great equalizer for all of them? A 3-letter word called a gun. A 3-letter word. I grew up on a farm an hour north of here. A place where the response time could vary for the police or sheriff. And that was in the 80s, when we didn't have hundreds and thousands of open police positions. When I grew up on the farm, that was a time where you had to wait to get the job you wanted at the police department or the sheriff's department. Guess what's happening right now? They don't even have applicants. We don't even have people wanting to become a police officer or a sheriff like they used to want to be. So we don't have slots filled. So fast forward to 2024, and I still live in the country. I still live on a dirt road, and the response time could still be 30 to 45 minutes. And guess what? You are the first responder. Every one of you in the room, when somebody breaks into your home, whether you live in St. Louis Park, Minnetonka, Roseau, Grand Marais, Hermantown, Proctor, Southern Minnesota, you're in Rochester, you are your first responder, period. That's it. It comes down to as simple as that. Domestic violence is on the rise. You don't have to look very far to see that people are scared from the crazy stalkers they deal with. And crazy people don't tend to follow the rules. We have a lot of rules, and they make everybody in this chamber feel great, but crazy people don't follow the rules. The other thing many of you may not thought of, but I'm going to tell you because I've grown up on a farm, and I've cared for seniors for 40 years. And most of these seniors live in the house that they've been in for 40, 50 years. And guess what the house looks like? It's a farmhouse where the bedrooms are on the top floor. The bathroom's on the first floor. And so, yeah, they have their gun, a pistol, generally on their bedside stand that they could reach. So that's I get that. But then they go downstairs to what Representative Bennett said, to use the restroom, because that's where the one bathroom is that's in those houses. And while they're down there, God forbid, somebody decides to break into their house. Do you know what they're going to do? They're not going to run back up to that bedroom to get the pistol. They're going to grab the shotgun that's on the first floor that's hidden, because that's what farm people do. And that's what you would do. That's 100% what you would do if your life is in danger. Let's be honest here. So, what are we really talking about here? What are we really talking about when we're trying to protect people? Women who are being abused, women who have court orders to protect themselves. And let's face it, somebody breaks in, and it's a man, I'm probably not going to have a fighting chance. Unless what? You fill in the blank. Unless what? Unless I have what? The 16 knives that I can go grab in the kitchen, in the block? I don't think so. So what are we doing for women? What are we doing for the elderly women, the widowed women, the single women? The women that don't have the same floor plan on one level that you might have? The women that live in the country? What are we doing for women in 2024 except taking away a constitutional right to bear arms? And if we're talking about gun violence, then why would this body be entertaining the idea of eliminating minimum sentences for people who use a gun in a crime, Let me say that again. People who use a gun in a crime equals the criminal. But we're not going to deal with the criminal. We're going to prosecute the law-abiding citizens who are the women in greater Minnesota, the women on the farms, the women that are 80 that are trying to protect themselves. If that wasn't true, we wouldn't have these bills being entertained in this body. And there's not one part of this bill that's going to take care of the women who are dealing with domestic violence and stalkers. Because the reality is, the rap sheet person seems to get the get-out-of-free pass. It's not monopoly. It's not monopoly. It's not fishing season yet, where you get catch and release all year round. It's not how it works. And if your life is in danger, you're going to hope to God you have a gun. That's just the absolute cold facts. And I wish we didn't have domestic violence like we have today. I wish we didn't. I wish we didn't have to worry about stalkers. I wish we didn't have to deal with this. But it is the reality for me as a woman. It's the reality for many others in this room as a woman. And Minnesota's watching. And this is completely all about the inability to have reason. It's unacceptable, Minnesota. It's absolutely unacceptable. And as Minnesota's aging and they're facing it all, we want them to stay home. But by the way, don't put your shotgun on the floor where you might need it. In the closet where they hide it that they've been doing. We don't have any studies either on how many of these guns. You know, there's so many pieces of this that are problematic, but at the end of the day, we're talking about safety. We're talking about common sense when your life is in danger and you are your first responder. So when you vote today, I hope you think about this and vote for the Franzen Amendment, because you might one day have a court order on a stalker. And it could be a man, it doesn't matter who you are. You might fear for your life. It might not be today, but you will know somebody in your life that is. And it's our duty in this body to make sure their constitutional amendments are not taken for them. That's not the role of this body. Vote green for the Franzen Amendment. Thank you.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a very important discussion, I think, that we're having. You know, shouldn't we care about safety? Shouldn't we care about men and women who live in isolated parts of our state? Regular, God-fearing, law-abiding people who may or may not have a gun. Again, there are a lot of remote areas in Minnesota. And if an intruder is suddenly at your door, or you somehow find them in your house, there's no time to unlock and secure a firearm and ammunition. There's no time for police to get there. There's no neighbor to seek help from. I myself live on the end of a dead-end road with my family often there alone. I have one distant neighbor. I've spoken with the sheriff of the various counties I represent. I've spoken with police officers. They too have concerns about this. And I think that we're going a step too far in basically ignoring the perils faced by many people who live in remote areas of our state. And so I ask you to please support the Franzen Amendment and take this into consideration. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brinley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I did a little head count a few minutes ago. It looks like about half of the Democrat members who will be voting no on this amendment, presumably, are not even in this chamber listening to this debate right now. About half the Democrat members who are going to vote no on this amendment were not here to listen to the story about one of their own in her own home being assaulted repeatedly. About half the Democrat members who are going to vote no on this amendment we're not here to listen to Representative Franson introduce this amendment and why she is introducing this amendment. They're not here to listen to her story about how she is being actively stalked and harassed now, right now, real time. About half the members, the Democrat members who are going to vote no on this amendment in a few minutes, are not here to listen to Representative Swedzinski talk about how Representative Franson Stalker put a photo of his family online and had a little poll about which one of his children's faces should they prepare their pot on. What we do in this chamber matters. The least you could do is be present to listen to what we have to say. We understand that we don't get to determine the outcome of the vote. We get it. But the least you can do is have the respect of listening to debate on an amendment that matters. While you are busy here taking away the rights of law-abiding gun owners, we are talking about men and women who are the victims of harassment and stalking. We are talking about men and women who are the petitioner of an active order of protection. They have an active order of protection. That means they are in danger right now. They have an active harassment restraining order right now. They are in danger right now. And Representative Moeller wants to tell us, hey, this doesn't really affect you. You can still have a firearm by your bedside. It doesn't really affect all the scenarios you're talking about. Representative Harder, thank you for sharing your story, and I know that was incredibly difficult for you. And you know what? If Representative Harder wants to have a firearm ready to go in her car, in her bathroom, on her bedside table, in her end table in the living room, she should have the right to do so. And you want to, and Representative Moeller says, oh, but this amendment is too broad because it takes away all the penalties from this people. Well, guess what? We're not the ones who put in 7 other exceptions in this bill. You did. You already have exceptions to this bill. But there's not going to be an exception for women who have already been victimized. And I'm not talking about being victimized by a petty misdemeanor. We are taking away the right of women who have been victimized to protect themselves. Someone sent me a statistic just a short time ago. What year was this? In a 4-year span, 41 women were fatally shot by an intimate partner in Minnesota. 41 women over a 4-year period were shot by an intimate partner, killed, fatally shot, and killed in the state of Minnesota. I don't know, but I wonder how many of those women had an order of protection. I wonder how many of those women already lived in terror of those domestic partners who had clearly already shown violent or dangerous behavior, because we're talking again about people who have an active harassment restraining order, an active order of protection, victims of harassment or stalking. With this amendment, with the Franzen Amendment, we are not talking about hypotheticals. We are not talking about convenience. Boy, do I really have to carry my firearm on my person? We're not talking about theoretical situations. What the A10 Franzen Amendment attempts to do is allow women who have already been victims to protect themselves. And if what that means for those women to feel safe is that they have a firearm in every room of their house, whether they're in that room or not, then they should have a right to do so. And the state of Minnesota should not criminalize that behavior. But that is what this bill does. This bill literally criminalizes women who want to protect themselves. Oh, I see the giggles. Yeah, boy, that's funny stuff. Unreal. It's unreal. Now, apparently, we're not allowed to do a call of the house anymore in this body, because that's what we really need. Every member of this body should be on this floor right now listening to this debate. We should not be allowed to vote on this amendment without understanding what it does and what the ramifications are of voting no. There was a case, it was actually, boy, probably 15 years ago now, maybe more. I was familiar with it because my closest friend grew up with this woman. And she had an active order of protection against a violent partner. And she wasn't so fortunate. She didn't have a means of protecting herself when he came to her home, when he cut the power to her security system on the outside of the house. When he entered her home while she was sleeping and murdered her in her bed. She wasn't so fortunate. But any woman, any woman in the state of Minnesota who is the victim of harassment, of stalking, has an active order of protection, has an active harassment restraining order. Any woman in the state of Minnesota should have the right to feel safe in her own home. And if that means having 10 different firearms ready to go throughout her home, then she should have the right to do that. And how dare you take that right away from her? How dare you criminalize her for choosing to feel safe in her own home? Because make no mistake, when you vote no, that is exactly what you are doing. You are voting to criminalize women who want to feel safe in their own homes. And let's remember, there are already 7 other exceptions in this bill. There are already 7 exceptions to these penalties. I cannot imagine a more critical exception than to allow women to protect themselves. Frankly, in whatever way they see fit. Representative Franson, thank you. This isn't the first time, but thank you for all you do in this chamber to fight to protect women. Thank you to those who have shared really difficult personal stories. I wish that folks would listen.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I, too, want to start by acknowledging the pain and the experience that have been shared in this chamber, experience of harassment and assault, and actually to acknowledge the experiences not shared. I know that there's folks throughout this body have those experiences themselves and their family members, and actually there's a mention made about people not being in the chamber. I know folks are following along on video, et cetera, outside. I know for many people that being directly, physically in the same room as those experiences are shared can be quite challenging. But I know that folks are listening and following along, having their own experiences as well. And recognizing that I share this with several colleagues as well, have dedicated my work as a prosecutor to those experiencing these kinds of crimes. That's true for Chair Moeller, Chair Becker-Finn as well. And that, for me, is the motivation to vote against this. And let me explain why. Chair Becker-Finn described that she modeled this bill on the training that is given to be safe with firearms and be safe for yourself and for other people. That is what this bill is built on. And I asked several folks to confirm this. In that training, they don't say, here's what you do with your firearm to be safe, but if you're being harassed, well, then you should store your firearms not securely. You should do something different. They don't say that in the training. And I checked this. We confirmed this, checked with a number of people. They don't say that. The way to keep yourself and others safe is to follow what you're directed to do in the gun safety training. They don't make exceptions for people in these experiences. Why would that be? Well, my guess is that in part it's because of the statistics showing that a firearm in the home actually is more likely to be used against somebody in the home, whether because of suicide, because of accident, or even be turned on the person, than to be used by an intruder, someone else. Now, people absolutely have the right, though, to have a firearm to protect themselves. Of course that they do. And we want to make sure that as they do so, it's happening as safe as possible, which is why we're saying, hey, you should follow that training. There is a responsibility in having a firearm that firearm owners follow, right? The responsible ones do. They follow that training, and that is what is intended in this bill. There was a joint hearing early in session, the Public Safety Committee, Children and Families Committee, to talk about the impact of firearms on kids, a leading cause of death for young people in our country. And there's a lot of talk about training for kids and instructions for kids, and they're going to follow along. We saw, I think we had some trouble actually playing the video, but we saw a news program and showing, you know, kids, they're curious, right? They get into things. We know that having an unsecured firearm that is outside of your control. So the firearm is down the hall, the unsecured firearm, and there's a situation of harassment, et cetera. That firearm that is outside of your control, that is not in your hands, is more likely to be used against a family member, perhaps by the very harasser stalker. Now, I understand that there is a difference in sort of worldview here, right? There's a different perspective that folks are bringing, and I'm hearing from the other side about loaded guns everywhere in the house, even if you're not controlling. Okay, for myself, I'm going to stand with those who direct firearm safety and that don't call for exceptions, that say the way to keep yourself safe and others safe is to follow along with the Becker-Finn bill. And to not make exceptions for somebody in these situations, what they say, and I'm going to believe them, is that makes everybody, including you, less safe. And for that reason, members, I would call for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The amendment from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to try to tell you a story. July of 2018. I finally bought my first home for myself. I had been divorced for 4 years, and I was in my dream home. I'd been there 2 weeks. It was a beautiful two-story. It was built in 1904 in a small little town in Maple Lake, right across the street from the park, and I was having visions of having my grandkids come and play with me at the park across the street. There was play equipment everywhere. 2 weeks into my dream, the nightmare started. I had my windows open because it was July, it was hot. It was my house is a 1904, so the HVAC system's not great. So I opened up the windows and I thought, I'm just gonna enjoy the summer breeze. Well, my next door neighbor had really loud music going. It was way after 10, it was close to 11, and I thought, you know what? I'll just go over there, and he's in his backyard. I'll just go ask him to please turn his music down. So I did. I was just like living the dream, and I thought, I'll just go over and politely ask him to turn it down. So I stayed in my yard, and he was in his yard, and I asked him permission to come onto his property. Is it okay if I come over and talk to you? And he said, sure. And I introduced myself, and he introduced himself, and I asked him, can you please turn the music down? I'm trying to get some sleep. And he says to me, well, you're just going to have to get used to my lifestyle. And I was kind of taken aback. And I said, well, I think you're going to have to get used to my lifestyle, and I would like you to turn the music down, please. And we exchanged who we were, and he grabbed my hand to say hello, and he wouldn't let go. And I could smell his breath, and it smelled like a bottle of Captain Morgan. And I thought, oh my God, what did I get myself into? And I'm pulling away, and I'm trying to get my hand away from him, and I'm backing up and backing up and backing up. And I don't even remember what I said, but I just tried to get out of the situation. And he made some more snide remarks, and I just said, you know, I can tell you've been drinking. And he's like, you got a problem with that? And it just went on and on and on. And so I backed away, and I went into my home, and I tried to go to sleep. I suppose about 1:30 in the morning, I hear yelling, screaming, and I'm like, what is going on now? So I grabbed my phone, and I went to the open window that was kind of at the top of my stairs. It overlooked that house. And I'm listening, and he's yelling inside of his house. I thought he was outside. He was yelling inside of his house. Apparently, the woman he lived with had come home from work. She works a second shift. And he was yelling and yelling and yelling, and I'm like, what in the world? And then I could hear him say, well, I'm going to go over there. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh my God, he's coming to my house at 1:30 in the morning. I don't think it's for tea. So I grabbed my phone and I put 911 in, and I thought, okay, you have to understand, I'm in town, I'm in a really old home. My lot is like 50 feet wide. Our houses are so close together. It would take him probably 3 steps to get to my front door and up my porch, and there he'd be. And I sat there in the dark listening and shaking and wondering, what's next? What's next? And I had my phone in my hand, and I didn't hit send because I thought, well, I'm here. I'm an elected person. It's going to be on the front page of the news. It's going to be whatever. So I didn't say anything. I didn't call it in. The next day, I called my friend, and you want to know why I talk about Sheriff Derringer so much? Because he's a really good man. And I called him, and I said, this is what happened. And he goes, all right, you're not living like this. So he said, I am not sending an officer in front of your house because that will infuriate this man. And he said, you're going to come to my house, and you're going to do the police report. So I did. I went to Sheriff Derringer's house, and I did the whole police report, every word that I can remember. And some of those words I don't remember because I don't want to. But I told him, the officer, everything. It took a couple hours to go through it all. But that was just the beginning of my absolute freaking nightmare. That was July of 2018. Every day for the next 3.5 years, I lived in absolute and utter fear that this man was going to knock my door down and who knows what after. And let me just tell you something about this man. His father served time in federal prison for running guns and drugs and girls, as he would say. And when he got sentenced and sent off to federal prison for running drugs and guns and girls here in Minneapolis, then this son took over the family business. That's who was living next door to me. He didn't have a bank account. He tried to live in the shadows. He was living with a woman that was not his wife, even though he called her his wife. She was not. And every time I left my house, every time I walked out my front door, he would run outside. And he would greet me with, hey, you effing white bee. You effing white Republican bee. Stuff like that, every time. Until I finally, when I go around my house, there's a sidewalk that goes between my house and his house. And I ended up going on the other side through the grass to get to my car, because I have a detached garage, because it's an old house. I have a detached garage back in the alley, and I had to go around the other side of the house just to get to my car to escape. And I'd go as fast as I could. And we're coming and going a lot, and I've got suitcases and everything else. My dad gave me something before he died, and it was a gun that I had used when I was a kid. I grew up on a farm, and we shot all kinds of different things, and so he gave me a rifle, and it's the only gun I have. It's just a rifle that I used when I was a kid, and that's all I had. And after multiple calls to the police and filing for a harassment restraining order and having the judge say, well, it's not an immediate threat. And by the way, the very next day I called the police again because he was at it again and threatening, and he'd come onto my property. I mean, there's just a whole long litany of things, daily things that would happen. Threats, insults, coming onto my property, everything. So I finally got out my almost antique, that's all I had, an antique firearm. Put it beside my bed, came up with a safety plan. So if I heard the noise that I'm always waiting to listen, I was listening every night for, is my door going to be smashed in? Is he going to come in a window? Is he going to smash in my slider next door and come in the glass? All these scenarios running through my head every single night before I went to sleep, if I could get to sleep. So I had the whole safety plan. I had my bedroom door closed, and I put my bed in a certain place so that I could hide behind the bed and I could have the weapon. I went through the whole safety plan. What if he breaks in? What if today's the day? Had my gun there. Oh, and also, by the way, yes, so I have an old house, right? So in order to get to my bathroom, I have to go through this other room, which I don't even know what I call it. It was sort of an addition to the house, and I use it sort of like a massive, huge closet. So I have to go through my bedroom, through that room, and then over to the bathroom. So I'm not near the gun. And of course, if I want to get a drink of water or something, then I go all the way downstairs. And so I'm not within arm's reach of my gun all of the time. And I didn't have enough money to buy anything else. I was just coming off of a really interesting divorce. I'll show you the interesting divorce. I didn't have a lot of money, so I had one gun. I didn't carry the thing with me through the house. I also, just to be clear, I live alone, and there's nobody that comes and goes from my house, other than my now husband would come and go, who has more guns than most people probably. Well, no, probably not than most. I'm standing next to a few others. He has his fair share. He's a country boy. But that nightmare didn't end until about February of 2021, in the middle of COVID. Because the woman he was living with finally had enough. Because he had a pistol, and he'd put it on their coffee table, and he'd kind of tap like this at her with it in a threatening kind of way. Oh yeah, he used to clean his other rifle too, sitting on his back deck that I could see clearly from my house. He'd sit there and he'd clean it and clean it and clean it, so I knew what he had. He wanted to make sure that I knew exactly what he had. So anyway, so in February, March, she finally had enough. And she took out an OFP, an order for protection, and he was forcibly removed from the home by law enforcement. And I'll tell you that OFP is in effect today because it's been extended and extended and extended and extended because he is an imminent threat to the both of us. He hates both of us with all of vim and vigor one could have. And do I think about it? I don't think about it as much, thank God, but I do. Obviously, as I started the story, it's still really painful to think about, really painful to go through. I have never talked about this on this floor. I hope I never have to talk about this again. But I'm just telling you, from someone that had to live through it for 3.5 years, daily. Please vote green on this amendment. There are a lot of people out there just like me. I grew up on a farm. I know how to handle a gun. I know what to do and what not to do with them. Like I said, I went through an entire safety plan. I had it was rehearsed in my head over and over and over again every night as I went to sleep. What am I going to do when I hear that noise? So members, I'd encourage you to please vote green on this bill and protect women that are going through stalking and harassment and domestic violence, just like I did and others in this room.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for a very, very important debate tonight, or this afternoon, feels like tonight. But I really appreciate Representative Franson bringing this amendment for all of the reasons that have been laid out by my colleagues. And we have to hear these voices. We have to hear the voices of those who are victims of harassment and stalking. But ultimately, we need to hear the voices of Minnesotans, the voices of Minnesotans who need safety, the safety that is found within one's own home. And everyone here appears to have a personal story of the way that crime and the way that violent criminals have impacted them. And admittedly, I have to say that this chamber has given me a little bit of gray hair. And going way back, this debate brought up one of my own childhood memories that I don't actively think about at all, and I'm grateful that I don't. But before I was age 10, on our family farm where I grew up, the same communities that my family has lived for 5 generations, when I was less than 10 years old, a criminal came onto our property and stole 2 vehicles right out of our yard in the middle of the night in a rural community where it's over 30 minutes response time from any local law enforcement entity. Granted, they didn't come into our home that night, but they were stolen directly from our garage. Directly from our garage. And it's difficult for me to even think of what that would have been like had someone sought to enter our home that night. If we would have heard a door open, if we would have heard someone step foot into our house. And to think about how you would respond in those moments and how you would seek to keep your own family safe. Fortunately for us, when those vehicles were stolen, I was asleep inside the house with my brother and my parents. And we didn't hear the vehicles leave the yard, the farmyard, but they did. And when we woke up in the morning, they were gone. So, what kind of position are we putting Minnesotans, and what kind of position are we putting the victims of harassment and stalking? What kind of position are we putting them in if we don't adopt the Franson Amendment? I can tell you one thing. They're going to be less safe. They're going to be less safe. It's not, I mentioned, like, every one of us comes to this place with our own personal story. And everybody has a right to safety and having the tools in the toolbox to keep them safe. Over 70% of the people who live in my district live in rural communities just like the one that I do. 70% of people live in townships. Exceedingly rural, the vast majority of them being over 20 minutes away from local law enforcement. And when seconds matter, when moments matter, you need to have that access to a life-saving device found in a gun. The other thing that has struck me throughout our conversation, not just the fact that our concern right now is the victims of harassment and stalking and ensuring that they're protected, but thinking about especially the widows today. The widows in their senior years, their golden years, who live alone. That was the case for my own grandmothers, both of them. And I've had the chance during my political involvement to meet great people across the state of Minnesota. And there's one little old lady that I met in Crow Wing County a decade ago. She was about 80 years old. And she was so passionate about being able to defend her home with her handgun. Because she knew that if she had the appropriate access to that life-saving device, she could continue to live in her home for years to come, on her own, and feel safe in her home. But the direction that we're headed with this bill will make people less safe. And it's a big reason why right now we need to focus upon supporting the victims by supporting the 810 Amendment. Thank you, Representative Franson.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And I wanted to just stand and share my experience with Firearm, because I think we've heard a lot from others. And I want to just acknowledge first that I appreciate those who shared stories, things that were extremely painful with the rest of us. It is really hard to relive those traumatic experiences and have to retell them here. And so I just want to honor that and honor that truth, because that truth of what people are going through and the fear and the pain can exist also in the same truth in which that a firearm in your possession may also not be the thing that keeps you the safest. And I want to go back to Representative New Brindley, what she said about the exceptions that were already in this bill and why this exception doesn't fit into there. So I want to be really clear that these exceptions is actually a testament to Representative Becker-Finn's hard work in that being able to put exceptions into this bill when it makes sense to do so. So to actually point that out and use that as a negative actually is actually a positive. What I want to draw our attention to is that the Franson Amendment is asking to give certain individuals, those who have been impacted by harassment and have restraining orders, access to firearm. But if you look at the exceptions that already exist, there's one difference between all of these. And is that the exceptions that already exist actually gives those exceptions to people who are actually extremely proficient or I would say experts at using firearms. This Franson Amendment actually gives exceptions to those who are not. So I want to just share really quick that I've been a hunter, had a gun, have had firearms in my home for about 30 years now. Kind of dates me a little bit, but, and I tell you that every single time that I use my firearm, I have to actually remember to train myself to say, where's my safety, and to take my safety off. So as Representative Schultz says, when seconds matter, I would not have saved myself. Because every single time re-practicing taking off that safety in order to shoot my firearm safely actually takes me multiple seconds. And so what they teach us in firearm training, I've been through multiple ones because I've gone through hunter safety, my conceal and carry, I've done a number of these things. And I asked the instructor, I said, how come every time I use my gun, there's this little knot in my stomach that I feel scared to use my gun? And he said, that is very normal. And I said, well, when will that not go away? And he said, you have to practice, you have to shoot at least 1,000 rounds in your initial training and then do 100 rounds per month in order to maintain proficiency. I started adding up all the times I've actually used my gun. I don't think in my lifetime I've shot 1,000 rounds. And so if I am somebody who is in danger, who is afraid for my life, my firearm is not going to save me. And like Representative Pinto said, people with firearms in their homes are more likely to get hurt themselves. That if seconds matter and if I am afraid, I will very likely not be able to effectively use my firearm, and that firearm will get used against me. 100 rounds per month. I think it's challenging to even get out to that, and I know some people do it. But when we're talking about people who have active harassment restraining orders, people who may have experienced this, I'm not going to guess numbers, but I'm thinking that most people may not have that kind of training. So if you're buying a firearm to protect yourself and that you think that there should be an exception for you to carry that firearm, you are actually less safe. So members, please vote no for this. Please remember the scope of this bill and why this amendment does not fit is that we're asking for an exception for people who are actually not expert or proficient at using something. And maybe they might be. I'm not saying all people are not. I am saying that for the majority of who we're making these laws for, just like not every expert who are in these exceptions are going to need these exceptions either. And, you know, so I'm saying let's make sure that what we're doing is consistent. Let's make sure that even those of us like me, and, you know, to be honest, I've been in situations where I've actually been followed. One night my sister and I were actually chased by somebody. And I never one time thought, oh, if I had a firearm, I'd be safer right now. Never one time. As a person who has encountered extreme violence for my race and racism I've experienced, I've never thought, oh, I'd be safer one time if I had a gun. In the times of COVID in which we were being targeted and people were throwing trash at me and screaming racial epithets at me, I never thought one time if I had a gun, I'd be safer right now. And so I just want to be very clear that why this exception, and not because of anybody's story, that there's no merit to those things. They're really, you know, people's feelings and experiences are theirs. But this exception is wrongfully placed, and so I would ask for a no vote in this, on this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members, and listening to the debate and very powerful stories. But I'm going to bring us back to the question before the body. Members, we're a body that does policy. And in all the things we do in our lives, we all run into situations, whether it's about this issue or other ones, where, and this is where I think we get it wrong with our audacity. We have over 5,000 bills introduced that, oh my gosh, I'll go make a law for that. One of the things that when I'm talking to people in my district and they're like, you shouldn't, I'm like, stop. You do not want me to go down there and make more laws because we get it wrong more often than not. And that's what's happening here with 134 members in this body. The reason Representative Franson has this amendment is because we're carving out, making exemptions to a law that shouldn't even be considered. Because we're going to get it wrong. We cannot, all these stories are right on. The one thing I think all of our districts, all 134 districts share is people who live in fear. We cannot make a law that will be effective in every one of those situations. You cannot write a best practices manual every time somebody's in a fearful situation. So how about we stop? How we let them deal with the situation in front of them? And some of them are super ugly, and some of them turn out okay. I can tell you stories and stories and stories as well, but let's come back to the fact that the question before the body is an exemption to a law that we shouldn't even need. Thank you, Representative Franson, for bringing this up. How about we just quit lecturing and creating laws for people and let them live their lives? Vote for the Franson Amendment.
The member from Todd, Representative Wiener.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. Powerful testimony here today. I think of my own family, my girls, my wife, being stuck down here, and what could happen to them. My choice is for them to be able to protect themselves. There's been a lot of things brought up today when seconds count. Help is only minutes away, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever it is. But there was a reference to death in the homes. And you would think with this bill that there is a pandemic of firearm deaths in our country, in the home. So I just looked up a few numbers here. According to National Safety Council, out of the top 8 reasons of deaths in the home, unintentional deaths, deaths in the home, what do you think that top reason is? It's not firearms. I can tell you what is near the bottom at number 7, natural heat and cold. Are we passing a law to prevent deaths from that? To a certain extent. I mean, you can't adjust the heat down too much. So there is something there to help some people. But we're not controlling everybody's dial in everybody's home. Their AC or their heat, roughly 1%. Drowning, another 1% of preventable deaths in the home. Are we making sure that the bathtubs are only 2 inches tall or 2 inches high? Because you can drown in about 3 inches of water. At least that's what they tell me. We're not making that law. Medical suffocation. I honestly can't find out what that means. Choking. Oh, I'm sorry. Medical suffocation is 1%. Choking, 2%. We have kids, obviously. Kids have accidents, and there is sometimes when kids choke on items, articles, even food in the home. It's tragic. Are we creating more laws for that? No. Flames, fire, and smoke, 2%. 2%. And obviously, we want safety when it comes to homes. Most homes will have fire extinguishers. Most homes will have smoke detectors. Are we requiring it by law? Maybe your insurance company. In most of our homes, it's up to the individual. Representative Bliss, this is yours. Falls. You're close. It's up there. 24% of deaths, preventable deaths in the home, 24% are from falls. That's a huge number. What are we doing? What laws are we presenting to stop falls? My immediate thought is those giant hamster bubbles that you can air up and, move around your home. It would take care of a lot of things. Should we present that law to protect those individuals from falling and killing themselves in their home? No, we're not. Number one reason, 62% of the preventable related or deaths in the home in 2022, the number one reason, drum roll please. Thank you. It's poisoning. Poisoning. Think of all the things that are in your home that you're not locking up. The chemicals underneath your sink. Probably the pills in your medicine cabinet. They might have a child safety lock, but what was mentioned, kids are curious. Where is the legislation to make sure that kids can't access these things? It is up to the homeowner to make sure that their home is safe. Seems like a pretty logical thing, doesn't it? Especially when 62% of these preventable deaths are from poisoning. Where is our legislation to take all poisonable materials, items, medication, whatever, out of the homes to protect those people who are dying? We're not doing it. So way towards the bottom here, number 8, statistically 0% of the deaths preventable in 2022 are from firearms. And this is what we're going after. And Representative Krisha mentioned a cause and effect to every law we do. Every single law we do. And take away the right, the security in someone's own home to protect themselves. It's unconscionable. To think of my family, my girls, my wife, to not have that. I would rather quit this job if they didn't have that opportunity. But here we are. Once again, it's not about the deaths. It's about an attack on the Second Amendment. It's attack on individual rights. It's attack on our freedoms that we shouldn't even be discussing. This is unbelievable, especially after all the stories we've heard. Thank you for sharing. I very rarely get emotional. I'm probably worse than Jim Nash. But these stories today, if that doesn't touch your heart, and you're going to take away any opportunity for individuals to defend themselves, I cannot believe this. vote for the Franzen amendment.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I make a couple of remarks, could I request a roll call, please?
Representative Demuth requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we have heard a lot of discussion and debate on this amendment, thank you, Representative Franzen, for bringing this forward. I think this is a very important part of what we're talking about as we look at the actual underlying bill. But to the amendment, we know that this bill overall is going to most likely disproportionately negatively affect law-abiding gun owners. And that's something to keep in mind. We also know that it's really compromising our individual rights and for our own individual safety. But with the Franzen amendment, as we have heard discussion, I want to make a few things clear. We heard from Representative Herr that with the exceptions in the underlying bill, that those most likely would relate to those who are experts. No place in the underlying bill, in lines 3.1 through 3.11, do I see the word expert any place in there. So as you're choosing to take the vote on the Franzen amendment, please don't think that there is expert any place in the bill. We also know that the victims that are referenced in the Franzen amendment very well could be experts, and maybe they're not. But that doesn't mean that they should be denied the right as victims, as clearly listed in the Franzen Amendment. Current victims, people that want to have exceptions for the storage requirements on the bill. They want exceptions to feel safer in their own homes. We should, in this body, not be denying them that ability. The other thing that we know in this amendment is it's not a mandate. If you have a knot in your stomach and don't feel safe with your firearm, you don't have to do that. But those that want to protect themselves and ensure their safety, maybe because what they have faced in the past or a current threat, as you have heard from Representative Franzen, they should have every right to have their firearm near them in the way that they know is possible. This is not a question of whether or not that firearm is going to be used against them. This is the ability for people to feel safe in their own homes. And we should not be denying them that right. Again, this is not a mandate. It's giving people the opportunity to have their firearm in their own home in the best way that serves them when they are victims. They are victims of harassment or stalking. They have an active order for protection. They're a petitioner in an active harassment restraining order. For those of you in this body that have never been the victim of a crime or have never been a victim or had your personal safety threatened, you are rare and lucky. For those that have experienced that, and those people that may want to be able to have an exception on the storage requirements to ensure their personal safety, I am asking you in this body to vote green on the Franzen amendment. It is not a mandate. You do not have to have a firearm if you don't choose. And a lot of times when we get to this place, you already know how you're going to vote. You know how you need the board to look as it is dependent for the final passage of the bill. I would ask you to take a moment before you push your button and ask if that is the right thing to do. Voting green protects victims, protects men, but predominantly it's going to protect women. We talk about wanting to do that and respecting women. This is an opportunity to do that in a rare case that a woman may not want to have her firearm locked up and unacceptable or inaccessible to her. Please vote green. Make sure you are doing the right thing for yourself, your constituents, and the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the acknowledgement that women are often the victims of violence at the hands of men. I know when I was asked, I chose the bear right away, but I'm Bear Clan, so maybe that's why. But there's actually no gendered language in this bill. I actually found it a little troubling how much we were falling into these stereotypes and tropes about who is stronger and who's at more risk. There's nothing gendered in the bill or in the A10 amendment either. And I don't really pay attention to what's written on the walls around here because the pioneer footprints did not bear the path of liberty for everybody. And I just want to acknowledge the real stories of trauma that were shared by folks today. I was here, I was listening, and it doesn't undo, nothing we do here can undo the terrible things that have happened to folks. And I know there are members of our caucus who've experienced traumatic events and violence as well, myself included. But as I listened really carefully to the stories, most of them, this amendment wouldn't apply to. Because this amendment actually, even if I thought it was a good idea, it only applies if you're a victim under, a very specific statute, or if you're the petitioner in an OFP, an order for protection, or a harassment restraining order. It actually doesn't even include DANCO, which is the type of protection order you might have if there's actually an active criminal case. So, I mean, even if I thought it was a good idea, it really doesn't address most of the stories that were shared today. And I also want to be really clear that the underlying bill does not stop you from protecting yourself. You can have a gun in your control, on your person, within your reach, loaded and ready. And if you are living with that amount of fear and you need a gun that readily available, the underlying bill allows for that only when the gun is within your control, because the reality is you don't want somebody else to have control of that firearm. And if you don't want to keep the gun within your reach, the other option is to lock it up. Interestingly, we heard a lot about what seconds count. And when we've talked about using a locking device or using a gun safe, some of the pushback has been, well, seconds count and that'll take too many seconds. Well, if the seconds really count, you're going to want to have that gun holstered. You're going to want to have that gun on you, and that's actually the safest. If you've got your permit and you know what you're doing, that's actually the way to eliminate the most amount of seconds if you really are living in that level of fear. And then just wanted to correct the record on a few things earlier, much earlier. Someone stated that if you're asleep, you'd be violating the underlying bill. That is false. That was precisely why we drafted it to be within reach. So even if that was entirely drafted to make sure that folks who feel like they need that firearm in their bedside stand, that they are able to do that even if they're asleep. I had questions about that. Why have that not be included? And because the reality is that I acknowledge and know that a lot of people do keep firearms for protection. And if someone's breaking into your house, you're going to be the first person that reaches and gets to your gun, not somebody else, as opposed to the firearm being laying around somewhere downstairs. Regarding tasers, the bill does not apply to tasers. It very specifically in the definition of firearm within this bill does not include tasers. Tasers are covered in 624.731 as an electronic incapacitation device. As I just mentioned, I've had a few people text me, well, what about a holster? Yes, buy a holster. That would be a way to have the gun on you, again, if you're living in that amount of fear and you legitimately feel like you need your firearm readily accessible, that is your option that is fully legal illegal under the bill. And finally, I've acknowledged that, yes, I did not come up with ahead of time an infinite number of questions that might be asked. I do usually, when I'm prepping, like go through what I think's going to be asked. I did not come up with the infinite what-if scenarios that might come up. I will admit that. However, the amendment is too broad for the reasons stated by Chair Mueller, and I will note, because there has been some insinuation to it that if anyone has, there's literally nobody else in this chamber who has done more for victims of violence than Chair Mueller. So don't you dare besmirch Chair Mueller's work for victims of crime, and we'll actually have some affirmative things hopefully we can all support tomorrow, supporting crime victims in our public safety bill, or whatever day it is. So this is a good bill, but the amendment is too broad. Please vote red on the amendment.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If it saves one life, how many times in this body have we heard, if this bill saves just one life, it's worth it? Today we're hearing this amendment is too broad. It's too broad to save one life. It's too broad to save one life. That's what we're hearing today. That is what we are hearing today. My heart is grieved for my colleagues that have shared their personal stories. Representative Harder, Representative O'Neill, I am sorry. It's horrible, horrible. Thank you for sharing those stories. If it saves one life. Representative Schultz, you were talking about the little old ladies there in Crow Wing County. Well, found a little article. This is simply from April 5th, 2024. This little old lady, 85 years old. 85 years old, was pistol whipped, tied to a chair, moved to the living room where she was tied to a chair. The burglar went searching around the home for some goodies, and in the meantime, that 85-year-old woman, tied up on a chair, Representative Schultz, hobbled her way back to her bedroom where she had a handgun hidden underneath her pillow, hobbled on back before the burglar got back to the living room, and then shot him. 85 years old. If it saves one life. Another one, a 67-year-old woman kills armed intruder in her home. Middle of the night, thought it was her husband. Nope, it was an intruder. That gun that she had and shot at the intruder saved her life. If it could save one life. Members, this is a good amendment. This, that is not up to the Democrats to decide what's too broad when we are defending our family, when we are defending ourselves. Thou shalt not infringe. That's the Second Amendment. Shall not infringe. I'm reminded of a story. There was a woman, and I'm sorry I'm using gender, oh my gosh, gender, but it was a woman, and was in an abusive relationship, unable to leave the home, because this woman felt if she left her home, her and her children would be in more danger. But she was trying. She was making the moves, slowly getting things lined up. They had guns at the house. There was a gun safe. Guns were in the safe. He knew the passcode, though, in order to get into the safe. She picked up a few handguns,
did not put them in that safe. You know why? Because as I stated, he had the passcode. But she felt unsafe and wanted to protect herself and her children. And she hid loaded guns around the house, places where her and her kids would hang out most often, where the kids couldn't get them, of course. But if things escalated in his drunken rampage, if she assaulted her or the children, she would have quick access. It wasn't in hand's reach, though. It wasn't on her body. It wasn't locked up. And the thought mentality on that woman, on that mother, was if it could save our lives. That's what this amendment is about, members. That is what this amendment is about. So, members, I ask you to vote yes. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Howard.
Howard, no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Clerk, please call the names of the members who are voting remotely. Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend House File Number 4300, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A11, let's try again. As I read the bill does not contain any exceptions for law-abiding firearm owners who may not have a court order, but nonetheless, they fear for their safety from a family member. It's possible there's an estranged family member, things are not going well, and one day, that family member decides to break into the home, possibly to harm you. Members, that homeowner has a right to defend themselves against an estranged family member. And yes, there are situations out there. This one, Pennsylvania. It wasn't at 4:45 in the morning, but it was sometime during the day where a boy fatally shot his dad, saving the family from his violent armed rampage. An estranged father broke into the home with the intent to do harm, and that boy saved his family. Another situation just this year, January 2024, just a few months ago. A woman shoots a estranged common-law husband as he was attempting to break into her home. These are real situations, members.
And we have to do our due diligence to make sure that we are protecting the citizens of Minnesota. Members, I ask for a yes vote. Thank you. Oh, I also want a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Heinzman. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a pattern here, right? The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to point out again that the storage requirements in this bill would not apply to someone who has a gun under their direct physical control or within their reach. And if a person feels the need to have a gun that readily available, they are able to do that already under the bill. Would appreciate a red vote on the amendment.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, we have an amendment before us. Representative Franzen, thank you for pointing out with this amendment that there's a lot of problems with this bill. Citing alternatives, like we heard just a second ago, as a reason to move forward with the heavy hand of government and to reject this amendment, I think, is incredibly misguided. As we were going through a discussion as to how to address the many, many problems in this bill, the amendments before you today were the end result of that, but quite honestly, there could have been many, many, many more to try and help the majority see the problems that are prevalent in what is being brought to the people of Minnesota and suggested under the guise of safety. It is exactly the opposite of gun safety, of firearms safety. Representative Becker-Finn, I couldn't disagree more with what's being proposed in this bill, and I hope that the A11, the Franzen Amendment, one more attempt to try and get at the problems of this bill and maybe make it potentially a little better. I hope that it's well taken. Although it sounds like, just based on the early suggestion, that it's unnecessary, I doubt the majority is listening today. This example might not ring true to everyone, and I am one of those that I probably am not going to understand what many other families or other families around the state might be facing. And the examples, Representative Franzen, that you cited, those are horrific situations that were resolved, it sounds like, based on the story and the testimony of the victims. It sounds like if they didn't have ready access to their firearm, the end result could have been catastrophic. Their lives affected in unimaginable ways, potentially. So I'll just leave that there on this one. One more try to hopefully bring some common sense to this discussion. And not expecting to see much of a departure from what we've already seen as a pattern here today. One amendment after another, trying to help Minnesotans maintain their constitutional rights rejected. As you said, Representative Franzen, Congress is to make no law infringing on these rights, yet here we are. I support the A11. I hope members on both sides of the aisle would join me.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative Franzen, thank you for trying to get something in this bill that will allow a person to protect themselves, especially one that's in great fear of bodily harm from a family member. We talked about the domestic issue on the last amendment. Apparently you don't want to help them. But we have times when there's family members that have issues that are dangerous. We'd like to get them the mental help they need, but it doesn't always work. Now, I've been going through this bill, reading it over and over again, and Representative Herr said there was an exemption in it. I haven't found it. I'm going to read the exemptions in this where, in the current bill, how it's written, how a firearm needs to be stored. Number one, in a motor vehicle, while being transported in compliance with our current laws. That means it's in a case, that's securely sealed and unloaded. Or in a motor vehicle while being transported under the exception described in a different DNR statute. Same deal, it's got to be inoperable, unloaded, cased. Being used at a sporting event controlled under Minnesota high school. That's our shooting sport. It's a great sport. One of the fastest growing sports in high school in the country. And the kids are learning the proper use of firearms and how to operate them safely. Being used in sport shooting in an area or facility designed or operated primarily for the use of firearms or shooting preserves as described in, again, the DNR statutes. That's a licensed shooting facility. That's where our high school kids shoot their trap and their sporting clays. Then we get into owned or possessed by a peace officer while engaged in the performance of their official duties. And then the last one, number 6, stored in the police or sheriff's station. Members, when a firearm is at the police station, that's either evidence or been seized because of domestic violence, they're locked up in a evidence room. Kids don't have access to that. The public doesn't have access to it. So I don't even know why that's in there. That's just absolutely ridiculous. But it's in here. But there's no place where there's an exception if you have fear of imminent danger from a family member. No place about in your home. You can have it in your car, but it's got to be locked up in a gun case. And personally, I don't like keeping firearms in my vehicle. That's one of the first places that they're stolen from, which I don't want any of my firearms to be stolen from. I've been through that in my past. Do not want to go through that again. Representative Franson, thank you for this amendment. It gives those who are in great bodily fear an opportunity to defend themselves. It doesn't take many seconds for things to go south. I've been there. They go south fast. Having the opportunity to defend yourself is a constitutional right. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that. So members, please support this amendment for those who have a reason to be in great fear.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, in some ways, this A11 amendment is certainly adjacent to the A10, slightly different group of people that we're talking about, but similar, and certainly trying to get at the same core problem. Because frankly, even with the A10 amendment, those kinds of things are typically related to members of your own family. Domestic violence is often the problem that we're talking about. And it's probably the vast majority of the time the problem we are getting at with the A10. So the A11 is another way to approach it. And this one is just more explicitly when we fear imminent danger from a family member. And boy, I sure appreciate the mansplaining from the DFL men on self-defense and how to best protect myself, and the fact that, boy, I have to lock up my gun for my own safety, right? And I understand that some of you might not be comfortable having a firearm. And as Leader Dameth pointed out, good news, you don't have to have one. You don't have to choose that. But I'll tell you what, I will bet on myself any day of the week. And, you know, Representative Schultz and Representative Franson, that story was powerful about that 85-year-old woman. Thank you for sharing that. I couldn't contain myself. I almost cheered out loud. But not all widows are little old ladies. And when I became a widow at 40 years old, that's actually the first time that I acquired a firearm. And actually, I did not start that discussion. It was a brother-in-law who came to me and said, Ann, you can't be alone in that house without some protection. We've been told that in kind of a snide way, frankly, if you are that fearful, you can still have a firearm. If you're that afraid, as though somehow it's unreasonable for us to be afraid sometimes. Frankly, one of the stories that was shared tonight, or today, it's a woman and her husband. And under this underlying bill, 2 adults living by themselves can only have a firearm immediately next to them or in their control. We're talking about 2 adults. But your bill penalizes them. And well, but if you're that fearful, you can have that gun. You can have a firearm. I mean, I guess I don't know the time of day with this 85-year-old woman, if it was in the middle of the night or whatever. Maybe it was not convenient for her to have it on her person. Maybe she was in the bathroom, in the shower, I don't know. How far away does it have to be? Because again, that's not clearly defined. But when we have reason to fear imminent danger from family members, and of course, I mean, we take these up as individual amendments, right? We do what we can to fight this good fight. Clearly, this amendment is not broad enough, although it was odd. Talking about the last amendment, first we were kind of told it was not broad enough, that, well, it doesn't even cover some domestic violence or some situations where you might be fearful. But then we were told, but it's too broad. So I don't really know I don't really know what we're looking for and what we're trying to do with that. But I would certainly say that this amendment is certainly not broad enough. But again, it's the little game we have to play here, right? Let's try something a little more broad. Let's try to give people the right to protect themselves. But if we can't do that, well, let's scale it back. How about this group of people? How about this little tiny group of people? Can they be allowed to protect themselves? No? Okay. Well, then we'll narrow it down even more. How about this little tiny little group of people? Can they be allowed to protect themselves? No? Okay. We'll just keep trying. We will just keep trying. I don't think we have totally, well, I know we haven't totally thought through the bill because actually we were told that earlier in the debate. If only we as the minority had fixed the bill ahead of time, it would all be roses. But we didn't. So the Democrats are going to move forward with their bill regardless. I told the story a few minutes ago about this family in Oakdale. Domestic violence. Clearly imminent danger from a family member because things went south. And frankly, there were children in that home. They were in that home when the murder took place. And because those children were in the home when that murder took place, had she had firearms in her home and been able to defend herself, if that firearm was not immediately with her, on her person, or right next to her, in her control, she actually would have been criminalized. That was a gross misdemeanor. And guess what? There are prosecutors in this state right now. I have no doubt in my mind that they would go after that gun owner. There is no doubt in my mind that we are dealing with prosecutors in the state of Minnesota today who would go after women with unsecured firearms in their own homes. No doubt in my mind. Regardless of the fact that they fear imminent danger from a family member. But that's what we're going to do here. It has been recommended that we vote no on this. I will not vote no. I think I will go with Representative Franson's recommendation and vote yes on this amendment. Because I think it's insanity that there's a group of Democrat do-gooders here that are going to tell us how to protect ourselves. Again, thank you for your concern. I will bet on me any day of the week. And you think, this idea, do you understand that under this language, it literally allows law enforcement to seek search warrants for presumed noncompliance. You don't think there are disgruntled, angry abusers who are going to use that? Because when we're talking about imminent danger from family members, we're not talking about people who are well. We are talking about people who are already willing to hurt people. So you don't think that they will use that? Absurd. It's absurd. Of course they will. Fortunately, I've not been in a situation where I have feared imminent danger from a family member. I can imagine it. I've not been in that situation. And so you know what? I'm not going to tell the women who are in that situation that they don't get to defend themselves. That is not my job. And frankly, it's not your job either. It is our job as legislators to ensure that these women have the right to keep themselves safe, as has been referenced many times. We are so grateful for our law enforcement officers, for those willing to put their own lives on the line. But they're not in our house. They're only a phone call away. They're only a phone call away when your dangerous family member is only steps away. But we're going to tell you, we're going to mansplain to you that really it's for your own good. It's for your own protection. We don't want you to hurt yourself. Boy, that's kind of you. How considerate. Frankly, I don't need that kind of protection from you. That doesn't make me feel a whole lot safer. It's ridiculous. So, Representative Franson, thank you for trying to take another swing, narrowing the scope even more. We started with a great amendment. Well, we didn't start with one, the Second Amendment. Great amendment to add to the safe storage laws we already have, by the way. Safe storage laws that we already have on the books. Safe storage laws that are in place very specifically to protect children already. And we had an amendment to ensure that we are preventing access to children and people who should not have firearms. So we started by doing the right thing, and we've been sort of progressively winnowing this back and trying different amendments to see if we can figure out if anyone could actually be on a list of people who would be allowed to protect themselves. And we're not there yet. We're not there yet. But thank you, Representative Franson, for trying. Thank you for trying. Thank you for winnowing this back a little bit more, bringing in the parameters to see if we can at the very least, allow people who fear imminent danger, imminent, immediate danger from a family member to protect themselves. Thank you for the opportunity that you've given me to vote yes on this amendment.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Franzen, everything I said last time, ditto, and bringing it forward. But I want to give you a little advice when we talk about your ability to have, if you feel that you're threatened by a family member and you want to get something to protect yourself, maybe you don't want a firearm, you want to go with the less lethal, I want to correct the things. So now that I've got my cheaters loaded here, I want to point out that, and I didn't write it down, Representative Becker-Finn, the statute you cited, I assume that I'm on the right one when I get to this, but 4300, Section 1, for the purposes of this section, the following words have the given meanings. Firearm means any device designed to be used as a weapon from which is expelled a projectile by the force of any explosion or force of combustion. If you cited 624-731, that's electronic incapacitation device. That would be something similar to the handheld device that would be a handheld cattle prod, for lack of a better term. And that is not shooting anything out. It says, as described in this section, so that's what we're amending here. And so my direction, and I don't want to have you misled, Representative Franzen, so just want to make sure, but that leads to the bigger point. That leads to the bigger point that we have here, that how vague this bill is written on things, and we're constantly told things that aren't in this bill. And it's going to be up to who's ever prosecuting the bill. And if we want to go around and do that again, I guess I can. Someone's going to read this section of this bill, and they're going to be confused because it's vague and it's not clear. And depending on who the person is and who the prosecutor is, that'll determine what it means. And I know that Representative Becker-Finn in committee hearings has said, well, this is my legislative intent. And that's all fine and good. 3 months, 6 months later, when you've gone to court and you've been charged with whatever it is based on what a particular prosecutor has decided is their interpretation of this vague law, and eventually someone will pull up Representative Becker-Finn saying the words, well, that is my legislative intent. At that point, their life is destroyed. If these people that thought they were doing the right thing have access to a very large labor union that is backing them up, with a legal defense fund that is backing them up, and say they're suspended with pay so they're not going to lose their job or lose their house or lose everything because of one prosecutor's interpretation of a vague law that they interpret different. Depending on which county this is, you could, and how high value a target of the person is charged, they might have to go off-site and bring in people from Washington, D.C. at $1 million to charge you out just to make sure that we get the result we want. Because we're trying to make a square peg fit a round hole with charging. So if you ask us why we don't like vague words and it's clear, it's not clear. You could be a person in Representative Franzen's position here where she's talking about an estranged family member, and you've got the gun close to you when you're sleeping. And Representative Becker-Finn, you just said, well, that's covered in this law. I've read this bill over and over and over again, and not once have I read where it says, but if you're sleeping and it's in arm's length, that's under control and you would be covered. Unless I've missed it, I'll do the question. Would Representative Becker-Finn yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, can you point to me in the law, because maybe I missed it, where does it give this exception that you cited as the sleeping exception? Where is the sleeping exception in this bill?
Representative Becker-Finn. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the key word is the word or. So if you go to line 2.18, where it says, during the period that it is under the direct physical control or reach of the person. So as long as it is within the person's reach, and I have run that by nonpartisan House research, that was what we were trying to get at, to make sure people could keep their gun on their bedside table. If you want to keep it under your pillow or wherever, it's like it's the word or that's really clear, that is really important here. It's that or the reach of the person. And then I also just wanted to clarify that this does not apply to tasers. Tasers use a propellant, not an explosion or combustion. Plus, because the probes stay attached, they're not counted as a projectile.
Representative Novotny.
Well, thank you for making my point. The next 26 taser, if there is a cartridge in the chamber, or if there's a cartridge loaded, there's an electric charge that goes through both sides. The charge sets off a small gunpowder-like thing. Since you're familiar with firearms, it would be the equivalent of a primer. The primer forces two little vials forward onto a spike, which causes the compressed gases in those two little vials to break, and which pushes the darts out. Nowhere does it say that the darts don't count, because they are projectile. If you look up projectile, it'll say you're pushing something. And this is a firing sequence initiated with a gunpowder-like burn of combustion. And that's my point. You can listen to me, who was a taser instructor for probably 15 years. I can tell you that it is a weapon after being a test subject for a taser several times. It definitely fits the things of a weapon. Used improperly, it's a dangerous weapon. So it is a weapon, and it does push out projectiles, and it does use force of combustion to start the firing chain. But that makes my point. You're not specific. Depending on who has the case, you could find your career, you could find your life, you could find your freedom in jeopardy. And I would hate to have someone like Representative Franson have her career here as a legislator threatened because she left her taser out of her control while she was taking a shower, and someone got a hold of it. Because I don't want you to be charged, and I don't want to have your reputation damaged because something beyond your control happened to you, and now you're facing charges. So I wouldn't want you to be suspended or anything like that. So, members, I urge you to vote green on this so we can get protection for people that have family members that they are fearful of. Thank you.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Franson, for this amendment. This one hits close to home for me. I'll take you back in history and share a story. Talk about family members that come after family members. Yeah, there is an uptick in crime in my district, yes. This takes you back to 2016 with a family member that was charged with an assault degree with a firearm as a felon in 2016. Spent 33 days in the county jail, was released on a plea bargain. 2017, this family member rents a house from us and trying to get his life back together. Gets caught again with another weapon and is charged with a felony. So the family decides we're going to evict him. He calls me up and says I better sleep with one eye open at night. At that time, I have my oldest daughter, my 23-year-old. At that time, she was 16, and my twins, boy and a girl, at home, and my wife. And I'm thinking of this law right now, or this, what we're sending through on safe storage, within reach. We have to have it within reach. And in 2017, the eviction process starts to move them out. I go check on the house to see if the eviction process. From behind me, this family member comes up to me within reach and says, "Are you carrying today?" I look and I said, "I don't leave home. It's like my Visa card." "Of course I am." He says, "Well, I'm just here to get a few more things. I'm getting out." I said, "Well, you're not going in the house." So the cops are called. They show up. He's arrested. Have his vehicle towed. What do they find in the car? A handgun. Now, this is a guy that hasn't spent any prison time yet in 2017. Gets a little jail time, back on the street to run. We get him evicted. In 2021, same family member gets charged with the harassment, chasing somebody with a gun, a felony charge. Again, 42 days in jail, no prison time. This is what we're dealing with. This is when I talk about family members. So again, keep in mind, we were threatened as my family. And as I sit down here in this chamber, time and time again, and my wife is home, my kids are in the house, and now we're talking about if it's within reach. Well, here's the thing. Within reach to me is everywhere on the level of the house, so my wife can be protected, so my family is protected. And then, in 2022, not too long ago, the same family member is in a bad deal with drugs, ends up shooting himself with a gun. Another felony with a gun. It's amazing. Law-abiding citizens get targeted, but this felony that keeps running around, this criminal, guess what? In 2022, this family member is still running the streets today. 47 days in the Becker County Jail. Becker County is a popular area we're hearing about right now. Crime is on an uptick. This amendment is a very good amendment. I have a very hard time understanding why we think we need to increase safe storage. You know, as a father, a husband, a dad, I have many guns in my house. My kids from 5 years old on up have been taught about guns. They've been taught about holding them. They've been taught about if somebody hands you a gun, ask them if it's clean. We have taught our kids. That is our job. My kids have taken gun safety. If you ask me, gun safety should be taught in schools. But we're not going to ever talk about that. We talk about safe storage. That's where I think. But as we continue in this body, thinking that we're going to be good lawmakers with 134 of us, when our own life experience, or we talk about different things in this chamber, just like my family does, and they say across the aisle, well, if you feel scared, just get a gun. Have a gun. I have a king-size bed at home. My question will be, we put everything on words. We just heard a little bit ago with Representative Novati, well, we know how words played out last year with the SRO bill for us, guys. It didn't play well. Let's continue to use words we can just interpret. It doesn't work. Why we continue to attack the Second Amendment is just irresponsible here in this body. This is our right. If you don't want them, don't have them. People will say to me, why should my kid have to go through gun safety? Because your kid might play with my kid. Even if you're never going to own a firearm, it's good. Here we sit tonight and we're like, well, if it's within reach. Let's get back to talking about a king-size bed. I'm sleeping in the king-size bed. I roll at night. I'm sorry, I don't sleep solid. And I roll away from within reach of that gun. Am I now a criminal? What have I done wrong? I guess I should buy a single bed when I sleep alone. You know, when we continue to attack the Second Amendment and feel good about it, which we hear across the other side of the aisle, because we'll hear debate why we should vote no on this amendment, which I think we should strongly support this amendment. And I'm sure each and every one of us in this chamber can make stories or tell stories about what we've experienced. This to me is reaching way outside of the box. You know, when we are in our houses, I will talk about another story. In 2020, I had a neighbor move in next to me. He had a party, and he had some people over. There was a murder next to my house. I wasn't home that night. My wife was. She remembers getting a knock on the door, and a loud knock on the door at about 1 in the morning. One of the people that was involved in this murder left the house because he was also involved in the altercation and was knocking to have somebody give him help. And I'm thinking of my kids sleeping in the basement, my wife that is home alone, and I'm not. Now we're going to have this, if it's within reach. So my wife's relaxing watching TV, but she has to be strapped on with her gun because it has to be within reach. That is what we're doing here. When are we going to quit and do smart legislation down here? We continue to attack our rights. I just do not understand this. I am excited for the third reading on this because I have more stories on the third reading of what is in reach, what is reasonable, or we're going to continue using words that we might be here next year debating again because of how we're going to fix it. Members, let's slow our roll, do smart legislation, and let's vote green on this.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Franson, for this amendment and for those examples. Those were educational to all of us, I think, but you know, I'm sure that we're all aware, especially given recent news, about the importance of this amendment, the importance of allowing every Minnesotan to feel safe in their home, especially against imminent danger from a family member. And I do agree, Representative New Brindley, that this is not broad enough. We should really do some work to have some more exceptions in this. But it's a good start. It's a good start in the right direction. And we did hear from one person who's going to vote against it, but I'm pretty confident. I think that this amendment is going to pass, Representative Franson. I think this amendment is going to pass. And so I do think we need to make clear to all Minnesotans about all the types of situations that this does apply to. Because it is fairly broad in some important ways, Representative New Brindley. So I do want to make sure and give everyone comfort about it, because it says it covers firearms owned or possessed by a person. So any person who, quote, who fears imminent danger from a family member. So I kind of wanted to break those things down a little bit and just make clear that this covers, a lot of different kinds of situations where someone might fear from a family member. So, for example, if the family member, it's not limited by partisan affiliation of the family member. It doesn't matter what political party that family member might be part of. So that's good. It's broad in that way. It covers anything, covers any family member, not just stepdaughters. It covers any kind of a family member, and it covers any reason why you might fear imminent danger from a family member. It could be an estate dispute, but it doesn't have to be. It covers any kind of reason you might have fear imminent danger. Maybe if you're startled in bed and you step out and you trip over the family member. It covers situations like that, but it doesn't have to be that type of a situation. It's any reason why any Minnesotan might fear imminent danger from a family member. So again, not quite broad enough, Representative Brindley, you're right about that. But it is pretty broad in some important ways, and it would be a really significant improvement on this bill. So thank you, Representative Franson. I will be supporting this amendment, even though there are many other Minnesotans who should be able to protect themselves better in their home without having to worry about what exactly it means to have something in reach, what exactly, whether your basement windows are secured, all those types of things. There are lots of reasons why Minnesotans might need more protection, and this doesn't quite go far enough, but it is a good start. So, Representative Brindley, you're kind of right, but I do want to make sure that when we do put this on, which I'm sure we will here soon, that we're aware of the clarity and the breadth of this provision. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we are talking about this, I didn't originally intend to speak on this amendment because I felt like I covered it with the last one. But then as I thought a little bit more about it, and I thought a lot about the things that have been happening around 4:30, 4:45 in the morning, it just harkened back to situations that I'm aware of in my own district. While it's only halfway to Becker County and things that might be found around Detroit Lakes, there are instances of violence happening throughout our state all the time, whether burglaries. There was one in my district that happened not all that long ago that had tangential relationship to family members from estranged spouses, and the result was, in my district, in the last 2 years, that there was an instance of a husband and wife laying in bed, asleep, when a violent intruder entered their home. My understanding, an ex-husband or something to that effect, might have been some former relationship, and literally broke into the home while the husband and wife were sleeping and took a mallet and beat them nearly to death. But thankfully, it was the husband and wife, so it's hard to beat two people to death at one time. But under this, I'm kind of curious. There's two different sets of new law put onto the books in the last 2 years that I think give me more questions about this amendment, and not in the way that we shouldn't adopt this amendment, but more so kind of curious about the previous legislation. Number one, if the DFL majority right now doesn't want to adopt the A11 amendment, I'm having a really hard time, because didn't the DFL majority pass red flag laws last session having to do with turning in potentially an estranged family member? But somehow now, amidst this debate, we aren't supposed to allow law-abiding citizens to protect themselves from these same people? What hypocrisy! What absolute hypocrisy! And my second question along these same lines would be, there was a bill passed last year called Paid Family Medical Leave. And we need to maybe understand a little bit of the definitions of family. What would be family under this under this amendment? I guess I'm kind of curious if it would be the family that we found within paid family medical leave. Representative Franson, would you yield?
She will. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Franson, how broadly do you think family member would be defined under your amendment?
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Schultz. Well, you know, I often say that the members that I got elected with are my family members. So I would consider Representative Schomacher, Representative Krisha, and Representative Swedinsky right there part of my family. I mean, this is the Family Medical Leave Act left the family definition extremely, extremely broad. Representative Gilman, I love you like a sister. I mean, you know, this place, my team is like family. Our Republican caucus is like family. So there's a lot of family members of mine right here in this chamber. So Representative Schultz, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but under paid family medical leave, yes, that definition of family is extremely broad.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do think that's important because in this instance, for my constituents, when there were charges of first-degree burglary and assault on my constituents, I think that the definitions of our discussion here would have helped protect my constituents. If they would have been allowed, if that instance had happened, let's just say 2 years into the future, if this bill were to become law, and we had your amendment, they would have been able to protect themselves based upon the definitions of family that this legislature has passed. And so I think that this is critically important because we know at the dark of night in rural Minnesota, there are people who travel hours and hours to come commit violent crimes. In our communities in rural Minnesota. And our constituents deserve to be safe. They deserve their Second Amendment rights. They deserve an exception to this rule to ensure that if there is an estranged family member, that they know that they have the right to keep themselves and their family members safe. Critically important. My constituents are still recovering from being beaten by a mallet at 4:30 in the morning by a violent criminal who traveled hours. And my constituents, under that same circumstance, would be less safe if this bill passes in its current form.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. You know, a lot of you have been very kind in the journey that I've taken yet this session. And one of the things that I have heard as I've talked about my child abuse as a child is I've heard from other people around the state through emails, texts, phone calls, a couple of handwritten notes that they themselves faced abuse from family members, sometimes very, very violent abuse, and they did fear for their lives. I heard from a lot of children who even as an adult were being beaten and abused. I heard from a lot of wives who were beaten and abused by their husband. I heard from one husband who was beaten and abused by his wife. And I think that this amendment that Representative Franson has speaks to the fact that family members can be like anybody else, and they become unbelievably dangerous. And please never forget that we have a right for personal defense. We have a right to protect ourselves. This just makes it stronger. The bill, I believe, erodes that. I gave the case earlier about, waking up in a kind of in a fog. We've all woken up to a sound in the house. Parents wake up to sounds of the house, that it's a kid coming back or the kid is awake, and you wake up and you're just having a hard time figuring out which sometimes even which way the door to the bedroom is because you're tired. But to put the onus of now having to unlock a gun safe to protect yourself from somebody that is there to hurt you, and our team has given you lots of examples, some very personal examples, deeply personal examples from people that you would never have expected to be the perpetrator of violence. So Representative Franzen's amendment that takes kind of the parameters of her previous amendment, but narrows it down to the fear of imminent danger from a family member. For those of you that are in the legal community, you probably hear that a lot. You hear a lot. You can read about it, sadly, frequently in newspapers or magazines or online journals. And the bill is going to make it harder for those people to defend themselves. So what will we see as a result of this bill becoming law? Will we see more people who suffer great bodily harm or possibly themselves are killed with no ability to defend themselves because they had to unlock something and they didn't get there in time? Certainly any gun owner advocates for safety. I know I do. But there's also the practical reality of the world that we live in and the situations that we are put into. And Representative Franzen has crafted yet another good amendment to say family members, they may be the ones that are hurting you. I've lived that. Now, I never had that cross my mind, but I know that many people have gone through abusive relationships and have had a spouse, and I've got the letters. I'd be happy to show them to you. They're in the SOB right now. But there are people who have actually taken the time to write and say, I was harmed by a family member. They have said there were times that they felt that their life was in danger. And just for them to recount that is a lot, but for them to write that in a note saying, thank you, please keep up the work that you're doing, but here is another sort of an extension of what could be done to make sure that these people are able to prevent future abuses from happening. You can take this amendment, you can take the A11, engross it into the bill, and make sure that people who are in fear of a family member from causing grave bodily harm or worse have the ability to exercise their God-given right to self-defense. Members, vote green.
The member from Candido High, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I never speak on these kind of issues much, and I guess I'm just watching this as it goes along, and having served on a number of conference committees and been in leads on different things, I guess I'm just sort of dumbfounded why the majority is not looking at time management skills very well. In a sense that you think we're running out the clock. You think that we're just wasting time. These stories are not made up. These are real. But I can tell the frustration is there. But here's what my observation is on this. If you haven't noticed, members in the majority, every single time there's a vote on an amendment, it's a bipartisan support for the amendment. Every single time. And what I think that I've learned in my 10 years here is that when there's bipartisan support on amendments that don't have enough to pass the majority, I understand that's how the game works, but why doesn't the majority take some of these amendments to conference and work on them and just make them better? What I've heard is that they're too broad. They're not right yet. Let's tweak it. What I'm trying to understand is why not take this really reasonable Franzen amendment to help somebody that is in fear of imminent danger from a family member. We hear this all the time. Look at the board there's always been support for our amendments from some member on your side of the aisle. Why won't you just take one or two of the amendments, work on them with Representative Franzen or whoever else to try to get it right, and if you don't get it right, what happens? You kill the amendment, it never comes back. But you shut down the conversation, or you at least allow us to feel like you're hearing us a little bit. So from a time management standpoint, folks, why don't you take a few of these bipartisan amendments that I think we're going to see again today, because they're really pretty reasonable. For me, it's the Pat Garofalo time management. He has said this many times. If it's not horribly, but when you get to conference, talk about it, work on it some more. If it's not just right, then get rid of it. But members, this is a long time on one bill. It's a really important bill. And I'm glad members have had a chance to visit with this. But this, you all know, is a very reasonable amendment that will likely get bipartisan support again. Why don't you just take it to conference? Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the author for a question, if I may.
She will yield. I'm just going to give folks who are in the neighborhood a chance to. She will yield. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Becker-Finn, I'm just maybe asking the question wholeheartedly. I just want to understand, why wouldn't you accept an amendment like this? If it's too broad, it ain't perfect, how can you keep working on it to make it better if it's even going to work? And if it really doesn't fit in a conference committee or another step, I don't know if the Senate's going to have a bill like this, if they're even going to have a bill, we don't know that. But if it does pass here, it's likely going to have another stop. So, Representative Becker-Finn, would you possibly consider that, or maybe would you tell us why you absolutely won't accept one that's not just perfect? If you would please respond. Thank you.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will note, I was going to take Representative Heinzman's amendment, just clarified some things with an amendment to the amendment, but it was withdrawn. So I was going to take that good idea and put it on the bill. We'll also point out, the exceptions that are in the bill have been from feedback from folks, and that's why we put those in the bill. So we have been open and willing to make the bill better, so that's been the case all along. With this amendment in particular, the way that it's drafted, as has already been pointed out, family member is not defined at all within the bill, so that would make it difficult. And then secondly, because it says it's owned or possessed, so let's say you own a gun at your cabin and you're not anywhere near your cabin, but you're in imminent danger from a family member, and you own a gun that's not anywhere near you or where you want to be safe, I wouldn't want to exclude them from safe storage requirements for a firearm that's stored in a completely separate place from where they're located. So very real, that is the problem with this amendment in particular.
Representative Baker.
Thank you. And to that exact example, we've spent a lot of time on the what ifs, and it's not exactly right. And what about this at the cabin? What about family member definitions? You're right. You're right. So why not just take it and keep working it like you do every one of our bills? Why not just take the amendment? And if you can't get to a point where you, as the author of the bill, don't like it, I'm guessing in conference committee it'll come out, because you always win. And that's how it works. So that's my point tonight, members, is let's try to be reasonable about time management. And please understand that as we really fight hard to get one or two little amendments, these are not little, but they're important to us. Do the right thing and just, you know what, this isn't perfect, but we'll take it. And my gosh, you might see that we might get more things done in this stage that we're on, so people in Minnesota know that we can be reasonable and keep working on things, because this isn't the final bill. I would appreciate folks thinking about that in the majority and take some reasonable amendments. We'll move along a lot quicker. And thank you, Representative Franzen, for trying to throw a not perfect amendment maybe in their mind, but let's make it better. So thank you, members.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I really appreciate everybody's stories here. It is very sad to see so many empty chairs on the other side of the aisle, though. I'm harkened back to a time when there was a debate going on, and the minority leader at the time called for a question of the call of the House and made comment about some men who were playing cards in the back and had us all come out to listen to the speech because there was important things being said on the House floor. Today there are important things being said on the House floor. And I feel as if our stories and our situations and real stories from the heart being told, and we are not really being listened to. And that's a real tragedy, because these amendments that I've offered tonight and that other members have offered are extremely important. Members, as I said before, the Second Amendment is not to be infringed. We are just asking for an exception for a family member who fears imminent harm. Imminent harm, members. We've given you those situations. So members, right now currently I feel that it is easier for an accused burglar to cast a vote in the Minnesota Senate than it is to defend you and your family under this bill. So members, I ask you to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Howard.
Howard, no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend House Law number 4300, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My bill is language that was taken out of the original, or my amendment is taken out of the original bill, and it simply adds back protection as under some of the clause where we're talking about exceptions for when you could be charged. Under page 3, line 8, it reinserts the language that states if the violation occurs as a result of an unlawful entry. Now, originally that was in the bill that was taken out. It was amended out, and I guess this is one of these situations where I don't understand. Would the author of the bill stand for a question?
She will yield. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, why did you take that language out of the bill to start with? Is there some underlying reason that I'm not aware of?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We want people to be storing their guns safely even when they're not in their house. So, for example, we heard testimony about a child who gained access to a firearm by breaking into their uncle's house because he knew the uncle kept a loaded gun in the house where he could access it. So we want to make sure that we would still want people to be storing their guns safely regardless of the rest of the circumstances.
Representative Novotny.
Thank you, and that kind of addresses my question. What if they had it properly secured to start with and there was the unlawful entry? What if they had complied with this other positions of this bill, if they were complied with and there was still the unlawful entry? Well, I'll tell you, in all the years on the drug task force and years on the emergency response team, I got into a lot of safes. It's not that hard. I don't want to, once again, victimize someone who's a crime victim. And my question is, Representative, would you yield for another question? Just to
She will
clarify?
yield. Representative Novotny.
In that situation that I just said, that they have properly stored it, I was a teenage boy, I could get into anything. If you know a code, it's not like there's any secret codes now. You can guess it in enough time, or you can find the hidden key, or you can hide the hidden combination, or you could just I'll get it down to just break in. If they break into a safe, everybody goes to Walmart, they buy the fire safe, proper tools. It's not that hard to get into. I'm not giving anything away. If you go on YouTube, it'll tell you exactly how to do all this stuff. If they've done everything they're supposed to do, are they still liable for being prosecuted under this bill?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you've done everything you're supposed to do, then no. Despite teenage boys thinking that they have superpowers, unless they're Miles Morales, it does not. There's no secret of being a teenage boy that it would allow you superpowers to break into something. As I noted in my opening, I know that this isn't going to stop every single incident, but I think that, we know that it will stop a good number of them, and I think that that's definitely worth it. But if you are following the language in this bill, you would not be held liable if somebody broke into your safe or used tools to do so.
Representative Novotny.
I guess I didn't get the reference to the person that you mentioned there, but I'll just have to Google that when I'm done here. Then why wouldn't we put this in reference, and I didn't put him up to it at all, but Representative Baker has made a really good point. This is your own language. You won't even consider taking this as a protection to maybe reassure the people out there that they won't be prosecuted even if they've done anything right, and you're standing up, so I will ask her to yield for a question then.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Changing of the guard. In the case of this particular amendment, it's drafted in a way that doesn't really make any sense where it's placed in the underlying bill. Also, it was my intent to take out that language because for the reasons I stated earlier, we want people to be storing their guns safely all the time. But, for example, the way that it's drafted, it's kind of a copy and paste, I think. But if you put this language in on line 3.8, after line 3.8, it's like a violation, but it references a violation, but this is a limitation, so then there wouldn't be a violation, and then occurs as a result of an unlawful entry. That's also not really clear. Is it the unlawful enterer that isn't following the safe storage? Is it because of the unlawful entry that the safe storage did not occur? It's just, it doesn't really work where it's placed in the statute. So very specifically, it's just not drafted well, but even if it was drafted better, it was still intentional to take that out of the bill originally.
Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Becker-Finn. The look on your face, welcome to our world. It's not clear. We don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Seems like a theme that we're here with tonight. I don't want to drag this out. I'm getting tired. Representative, I'm gonna ask for a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be roll call. Representative Watney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members, vote green. This makes sense. Give a little bit of protection through this amendment to the people that are victims once already from being a victim again.
The member from Isenti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Novotny, thank you for a good amendment. There is over 2 million burglaries in this country every year. 1.5 million are actually home invasions, where somebody might be home or is home. But what's more important about this amendment is that if somebody gets that firearm illegally by breaking into your home, the homeowner is not liable and cannot be charged with the crime, especially if it's kids and they get that firearm and they do something with it. You can actually get charged with a felony. Because this exemption isn't in here, it can happen. Yeah, the gun might be, or the firearm might be in a gun safe. But if you check, most gun safes that are sold to the public, unlike the one I bought, which is very expensive, they're residential security containers. They're not actually safes. On average, it takes 107 seconds to get into them. Less than 2 minutes. And they can get those firearms. They have obtained those firearms illegally. Yet the homeowner is liable under this law. And what's even worse is the bill we passed yesterday, or the day before, I can't remember, they're blending together. It ties into this one as well. So they can be charged with 2 separate crimes. This would give a little protection if those firearms were stolen and used illegally. But no, we don't want to do that. We don't want anybody to have firearms. We don't want anybody to actually use their Second Amendment rights. Held up by the Supreme Court and held up by our founding fathers. It's disappointing what's going on here. We've seen stuff like this before in our history, but we don't teach history anymore. It's unfortunate. We don't teach the things that are important, and now we have protests going on at our college campuses because we don't teach history. This is an important amendment because it actually protects the law-abiding citizen of this state. But instead, we're protecting the person that's actually doing the crime, that might do a violent crime, and holding the owner of that firearm liable. I can't believe we're doing this. I am disappointed in this body that we even have to talk about this. Talking about restricting somebody's Second Amendment right and holding them accountable because they want to exercise that right. Members, at least take this amendment to hold those who commit the crime of burglary, stealing those firearms, hold them accountable for that, and not the law-abiding homeowner or firearm owner.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brinley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am glad that we're having this debate. It's a little odd, and it was a little odd that Representative Becker-Finn was so perplexed by the drafting and where this went, and this doesn't even make sense. Well, it's your drafting. We literally put it back in the exact same place that you took it out. We just compared the language. So, I don't know, that's kind of weird, but we're told that you really took it out because, well, you want all guns to be stored safely. That's odd. That is odd. But let's talk about this in a little more detail. Let's go back to some of these examples that we've used earlier. All this amendment does, all this exception does, is say that if someone comes into your home and steals your firearms, you are not liable to these penalties. Now, let's use these examples earlier. You've got, it frankly shows the absurdity of the underlying bill. In fact, let's go to some of these definitions in the underlying bill. I'm this many years old now. So, I know. So, a firearm storage unit is a secure, tamper-resistant container that's only that is only accessible to the owner or authorized users. This is the one I think is interesting. A gun room. A gun room means an area within a building enclosed by walls, a floor, and a ceiling. It's very specific. Including a closet that has all entrances secured by a tamper-resistant lock that is kept locked at all times when unoccupied. This is where it's weird, though, and that is used exclusively for the storage of firearms, ammunition, components of firearms and ammunition, or equipment for firearm-related activities included but not limited to reloading ammo, gunsmithing, firearm cleaning and maintenance, etc., or conducting firearm-related activities. Same stuff. So you are allowed to keep firearms in a locked room in your house, or I guess anywhere in a locked room, but not if you have some chocolate in there. Then it's no longer safe storage. If your firearms are stored with the chocolate in a locked room, it's no longer safe storage. Like, that's like the biggest nonsense I've ever heard. Like, that is silliness. I mean, the definition is comical. It is comical. So going back to our earlier examples, single woman living alone, but the men in the DFL want to protect us from ourselves, so all of those firearms in our own homes with only us should be stored safely in our locked room without any chocolate in it. Like, that is already a nonsense scenario. So now let's say that woman has her gun, has her firearm stored in her, let's say again, let's go back to the example of a nightstand. It's stored in her nightstand, where normally when she's sleeping, that's within reach. But again, this single woman, she doesn't live with anyone else. She lives all by herself. There's no children. There are no prohibited persons. It's just her. And she leaves her home and locks her doors, locks her basement windows, so no one can, well, sometimes people can get in. And in this situation, we're talking about the people who get in. We're talking about the people who get in. And now, that single woman is responsible for the actions of a criminal, a burglar. She is held liable for the criminal. She becomes the criminal. Because heaven forbid her firearm be stored with the chocolate. It is literally laughable the way this underlying bill is constructed. What's not laughable is the way you are criminalizing law-abiding Minnesotans. What's not laughable is the way you are criminalizing, we had a chance to exempt them, but the way you are criminalizing victims of domestic assault who want to feel safe in their homes. What's not laughable is the fact that you are criminalizing a woman who has an active order of protection against her. All by herself in the home, no one else there, no one else has a key to get into her house. But now she is responsible. She's the one who gets punished for the person who crawls in through the basement window and steals her firearm. Of all the amendments we have heard today, this should be the easy one. Of course, it really should be, well, you're right. Representative Novotny, you're right. It really should have been easy to protect women. That you are absolutely right. That one was shameful. But this one was literally the author's language. It was literally the author's language. So there was some point in time where even those who would come up with the rest of this laughable language understood that if a criminal broke into your home, you should not be held liable for that, at least. It's ridiculous. It's wild. Because really, a normal thinking person would understand that if I'm a single woman, I live in my home by myself, but I have a firearm I like to keep by my bed in case someone comes in the middle of the night. That is normal. That is the case for women all across the state of Minnesota. But now, when even though she likes to keep that firearm next to her bed, when she runs to the grocery store, again, she can run to the grocery store, house is locked, doors are locked, basement window is locked. No one should have lawful entry to her home. But because the firearm, that under legal circumstances, she is the only one who has access to it, but because she is now at the grocery store and someone breaks into her house, sneaks in through the basement window dressed all in black, now she's the one liable for it. She is going to be penalized. She is going to be punished. It is so absurd. It is so absurd. And again, let's broaden that out a little bit. If that firearm was in its own room that didn't have a bed stored in it, because nothing else can be stored in that room, I wonder if a table or a desk or something could be in that room. It says nothing. It says, where is that definition? Well, that's true. It says that the room has to be used exclusively for the storage of firearms, ammunition, etc. So I don't know what else could be stored in that room with it. I don't know if it could have a table. Could it have a floor? Or excuse me, could it have like a cabinet? I don't know. It doesn't say. It can have a closet, though. It can have a closet. So if we broaden that out, so a gun can have its own room that's just locked, maybe a deadbolt, whatever. The gun can have its own room, but if the gun has its own house with the same homeowner, but now it's stored with other things, now it's not lawful. Same single person has access. Just one person, single, woman, whatever. She's the only one with access to that firearm. If she keeps that firearm in a room by itself, it's legal, but the room can have a closet. So I'm thinking like a bedroom-sized room, right? I mean, a closet. In fact, that makes, if it has an egress window, it's a legal room, a legal bedroom. So it can have its own bedroom, let's say. But as soon as she moves into that bedroom, now it's not legal. Even though she's the same single owner, she's the only one with access to that firearm. Now, as soon as she moves into that bedroom, it's not legal. Like the absurdity of this, which is exactly why the Novotny Amendment just makes sense. Because when someone breaks into your home, when they do not have the right to be in your home, it is not your fault. It is not your fault that we have people in this state willing to terrorize other people, willing to break into homes in the middle of the night, dressed in black, carrying flashlights. That is not our fault, and it's not the fault of the person who has been burglarized. I know we see in the press, we see people trying to re-victimize and blame the victims, but guess what? It's not the victim's fault. Not ever. It is not the victim's fault, ever. It's just not the victim's fault. So here we have an amendment that makes it clear that it is not the victim's fault, that the victim should not be criminalized. That is the theme with the bills that we are hearing this week. We are criminalizing victims. And we have an opportunity with this amendment to say at the very least, someone who has been victimized, someone who has been burglarized, someone who has been a victim of theft is not liable to these penalties. I can't imagine an easier amendment to accept. So let's do that. Let's take the Novotny Amendment. As Representative Baker said, I don't know, maybe, frankly, it is the original language of the bill. It actually does make perfect sense. It's constructed to say, to relate directly to Subdivision 2 and Subdivision 2A. So it is saying that they will not be guilty of a petty misdemeanor if someone breaks into their home and obtains their firearm illegally. That's literally all it says. But if for some reason we think that the construction is not quite right, as Representative Baker said, good news, we can clean that up. This will not be going to the governor's desk as is. Hopefully, it's more likely than not, it won't be going to the governor's desk at all, thankfully. So this is likely an exercise in futility, which is really weird because we were told last night that, my goodness, we can't get our work done. There's so many bills. We're wasting so much time, and yet we're spending our time rather than on important supplemental budget omnibus bills. This is what we're doing today? So don't you dare talk to us about how you think we spend too much time talking about the priorities of our constituents. Because if it is your priority to talk about these things instead of your supplemental budget bills, I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for you. If you care more about spending time talking about things that are never going to become law, that's fine. But then don't complain that we are going to talk about the things that our constituents care about. And certainly, our constituents care that we are not criminalizing victims. And that is what the A8 Novotny Amendment prevents. It puts a clear line in the sand that of all these things, we are not going to criminalize victims. Vote yes on the Novotny Amendment.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Becker-Finn, I don't understand how you can't see where this fits into this section of your bill. I just don't understand what you're talking about here, because you know you look at the subdivision 3 limitations does not apply to firearms if the violation occurs as a result of an unlawful entry. Okay? And I'm just going to run just a quick scenario by you. I'm old bachelor, live alone. we got to have some humor in here, don't we? And I've got a loaded handgun on the nightstand, all right, within reach. And someone breaks in to my home and comes to my bedroom, and unbeknownst to me, you know, I didn't hear the person come in, didn't know they were there, but takes a flashlight and bludgeons me with that flashlight and incapacitates me, drags me out, dumps me down the stairs. My gun's still up on the nightstand, okay? Takes whatever else they want, takes that gun off the nightstand, which I am not in possession of anymore, not within reach of anymore, because of that unlawful entry, because of that crime that was committed against me. I'm not seeing where this is a bad amendment, where it doesn't fit into that subdivision. I would think this would be a good one to throw in there, because clearly, you know, if someone sneaks in with a flashlight and bludgeons you, incapacitates you, drags you out of there, that weapon is still left there. The weapon is still left there. And according to this, I mean, I would be in violation of, because they stole that, because it wasn't stored, it wasn't locked, it was at the ready, because I was in control of it. I was within reach of it. But circumstances out of my control removed me from that control, from that being in reach. So, Madam Speaker, would the author submit for a question, please?
She will yield. Representative Grosso.
I guess that's what just came rolling through this crusty old mind over here. And this fits. I mean, this fits as a situation that we could avoid victimizing the victim again.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sorry, the part I was hung up on was the idea of who was going to be able to drag you anywhere. Representative Grossel. I am not, but I'm guessing you weigh more than I do. Because you were following, so if you look at the limitations, it also says subdivision 2. So everything in subdivision 2, because you're not responsible for whoever caused harm to you. If it was within your reach, this would not apply to you. You would not be in violation.
Representative Grosso.
I'm just, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that, and I apologize. Where is that? Where would that not apply to me? Would you submit again and just explain where this would set me free from being responsible, because that weapon is going to be removed, that weapon is going to be taken out, and if that gets used against someone else because they knocked the dog snot out of me, and even if they only drag me a little ways, but still the weapon was not in my control anymore.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The important thing to remember is in your scenario, you are not responsible for the fact that you're incapacitated. If you were sleeping as you described, which we know a lot of people do, if you were sleeping with your firearm within your reach at your bedside, you would have been in violation in that. I cannot imagine a scenario, and I just don't think that it would apply because you were following subdivision 2. You were doing the right thing by following subdivision 2. So it's sort of like, I'm trying to think of a good analogy, but I guess as long as we're talking about guns, if you're asked to do something at gunpoint, that's not your fault. You're under duress. You are being victimized. So I don't think, by physically pulling somebody out of reach of the gun, then we're just like gonna make them in violation, because you were following the rules. You were doing the right thing, and that's ultimately what we want people to do.
Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That doesn't give me any more comfort, because that weapon is, even though I was following the rules, I had that weapon within reach. They knocked me unconscious, drug me out of that scenario to where I was not in control of that weapon anymore. So according to the language in here, that is an unsecured loaded firearm. And that son of a gun is going to take that firearm out and hurt somebody else. According to this language that's in your bill, I could be charged with a felony on that. Maybe you wouldn't, but Representative Pinto, he might have a grudge. Okay? So this language in the Novotny Amendment, I think might be something. It was your own language besides, and it does fit in there. You said before it just doesn't fit in there, but it does. It does, because that if someone comes in there, busts you in and commission a crime, and that weapon is out and then becomes unsecured, according to this language, I could be charged with a felony. Maybe, but I don't want to leave those maybes out there. I want to make sure that everybody is safe there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, as I've had time to sit here and contemplate, first of all, don't know if I'm going to have a chance to talk to you again across the floor. I'd like to thank you for being the person that you are. I've been in a lot of committees with you over the years, and I'd just like to thank you for being the person that you are on the floor as you are in the room. By that I mean we don't usually get along, but we're nice about it. Anyway. And by that, I mean, thank you for at least, I disagree with Representative Baker. If you're not going to take my bill or take my amendment, I don't want you to take it and flush it in conference committee. We saw what happened with that last year, and I got a feeling it'll be midnight before we find out why we didn't do that or why we didn't fix it at the beginning of this session. So thank you for not taking the bill just so you could move on and flush it later. So now we're ready for the bill. Thank you. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll.
Six is our magic number.
The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
There you go.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Howard.
Here you go.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 68 noes, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.